Chapter 1157, Necklace of the Goddess. Chapter 1157, Necklace of the Goddess. Lin Ming, could it be that you want to pawn the dragon bone relics? Mo Eversnow asked from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. Currently, the most valuable objects Lin Ming had that he was willing to pawn right now were the dragon bone relics. The 1,000-foot-long supreme dragon bone was a treasure that could make a world king go mad with envy. If Lin Ming had this sort of thing, it was certainly impossible to take out. However, compared to the original 1,000-foot supreme dragon bone, pure dragon bone relics were much lower in value. Dragon bone relics already had their dragon marrow pulled out. To an essence-gathering system martial artist, dragon marrow was much more valuable. It could improve one's meridians and bloodlines, but the dragon bone itself could only be used to transform the organs and bones, something much more suited to a body transformation martial artist. Moreover, Mo Riverbliss had refined the 1,000-foot-long supreme dragon bone into 108 dragon bone relics. Each dragon bone relic was equal to 1108 of the original dragon bone's value. If he could hide his status and just pawn several dragon bone relics, there wouldn't be too much trouble in that. Lin Ming, the materials for the esoteric immortality pill are already prepared. I will finish refining it before these 3 months are over. There are only 36 dragon bone relics left. Even if we consider the remaining dragon strength within your body, in order to process the esoteric immortality pill, I will still need to use up at least 30 of them. You can pawn at most 6. 6. Lin Ming faintly frowned. 6 dragon bone relics might not be enough. How much could a dragon bone relic be pawned for? It's hard to say. That will depend on what the appraiser of Starbind Bank offers, and they often quote a price lower than market value. I estimate that it will be no more than 60 billion. 60 billion times 6 was 360 billion. In addition, with River Feather's 100 billion, Lin Ming's total wealth was still lower than 1 trillion. This amount of wealth was probably far from being enough to purchase the Boundless World pill. Lin Ming, the esoteric immortality pill must be refined. We have gone through much to obtain the violet sunstone embryo, and the other materials have already been gathered to refine it. I can guarantee that you will be able to open the gate of life before you participate in the first martial meeting, and that Boundless World pill is no less significant to your progress. I understand. Lin Ming worried. He could deeply feel just how profoundly poor he was. Extremely poor. If he wanted to gather a great deal of wealth, then the only way was to ask the ancient Elysium seal. But as he thought about it some more, the body of the ancient Elysium seal was arranged with a painstaking cost by Empyrean divine seal, and it had also been tempered with energy for 6 billion years. If it were broken down into normal violet sun crystals, then that would truly be a waste. Fishy, besides those treasures buried 500 miles underground, do you see any other violet sunstones buried nearby? Lin Ming suddenly asked with a bit of hope in his voice as he remembered Fish's ability. At this time, Fishy had just woken up. She rubbed her sleep-tired eyes and tilted her head for a bit before responding. Big brother Lin Ming wants to look for some buried treasure. There are some violet stones in some places outside the city, and they are buried very deeply. Can those be considered buried treasure? Buried deeply? How many are there? Millimeter. It depends. Some are as big as a fat pig and some are as small as my fist. I see. Lin Ming shook his head. He hadn't held out much hope for this route to begin with. In Fish's life, it seemed as if she hadn't left the range of immemorial Imperial City. It was already a surprise that there would be such a great treasure hidden right underground, but it was impossible for there to be a second. As Lin Ming was thinking about what to do, a flash of light suddenly popped up in his head as he recalled something. Miss Mo, I suddenly thought of something that could give us a pleasant surprise. I've forgotten about it all this time. What is it? Lin Ming said, It's a string necklace. In the past, when I visited the ancient goddess grave in the eternal demon abyss, I obtained a string necklace as well as a jade pendant from her. That jade pendant seemed to be a keepsake of some sort, but as for that necklace, I have no idea what it is. Because I've never brought it out in these 10+ years, I'd nearly forgotten about it. The goddess necklace and jade pendant. Mo Eversnow's thoughts stirred. When she had been deeply sleeping in the magic cube, She had only been able to faintly sense what Lin Ming experienced. As for the concrete details, she wasn't sure. For instance, she hadn't known that Lin Ming had obtained a replica of the demon bead in the Steps Master's treasure chambers. Let's take a look. Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow entered into the extreme violet ring together. Lin Ming looked for a moment inside the ring before finding the goddess jade pendant and necklace. The goddess jade pendant was similar to the pendant that the young girl Ju of the Forsaken God clan had been wearing. At the time, because of this jade pendant, Lin Ming had rescued Ju from her slavery at his wedding banquet, and this subsequently brought him together with the Forsaken God clan. After that, Lin Ming, under their protection, had safely stepped into life destruction and escaped the chasing down of the Azura Divine Kingdom. Because of this, Lin Ming guessed that the goddess jade pendant was a keepsake from the Forsaken God clan. But the necklace was different. It was special, with strange energy waves around it. These fluctuations of ancient laws showed just how unique it was. The necklace of the goddess had links as thick as a pinky finger, and there was a palm-sized metal piece at the end of the chain. This metal plate was less than an inch thick and had a square-shaped hole in the center. There might have been some gem inlaid in this hole in the past, but that gem had already disappeared. This necklace wasn't soft or elegant. It lacked all grace that a young woman's necklace would normally possess. Instead, it was humble and heavy, with a solemn aura to it. Wearing this chain would have felt like wearing a lock. As for the jade pendant, it was a deep azure color all around and icy cold to the touch. The center of the jade pendant was carved with totem images of birds, looking quite common. Mo Eversnow looked at them for a moment. Then, she put away the jade pendant and focused her vision on the necklace. "Miss Mo, what do you see?" Lin Ming asked from the side. Mo Eversnow pressed her eyebrows together, not speaking for a long time. Underneath the control of her battle spirit and will, the necklace steadily floated in the air. This process continued for a full hour. Then, Mo Eversnow turned into a ray of light and directly sank into the necklace. After the necklace lost the support of her battle spirit, it fell to the ground. Lin Ming subconsciously thrust out his hand to grab it. "Miss Mo." Lin Ming was immediately worried. He instantly contacted Mo Eversnow's mind and could sense that the state of her soul was very steady without any problems. He was finally able to relax. Like this, another hour passed. Mo Eversnow finally emerged from the goddess necklace. She said, "Lin Ming, if I'm not wrong, this should be a spirit treasure that Empyrean Primordius himself personally forged." Mo Eversnow's voice was filled with amazement. Lin Ming was also startled. Although this result wasn't too surprising, as he saw something that was truly crafted by an Empyrean, he was still shocked. Something that Empyrean Primordius made himself? Is this a transcendent spirit treasure? No, Mo Eversnow shook her head. A transcendent spirit treasure isn't easy to create. Even for an Empyrean, they could only craft a single transcendent spirit treasure in their lifetime. The value of one would be inestimable and not inferior to a transcendent divine might jade slip in value. As for other things created by an Empyrean, although they might not be a transcendent spirit treasure, they would still be extremely valuable. If I'm not wrong, this should be a defensive spirit treasure. But, unfortunately, the artifact spirit has already died. Millimeter? Lin Ming asked, dazed. The artifact spirit died. The goddess of the eternal demon abyss should have withstood some sort of extremely powerful attack, causing this defensive spirit treasure to be mostly broken. As a result, the artifact spirit was destroyed and the value of this spirit treasure was also greatly diminished. It was probably impossible to restore the functions that it had in the past. Lin Ming glanced at the necklace. He never imagined that such a simple and plain necklace would be something that Empyrean Primordius created himself. But what a pity, even if it was something created by an Empyrean, it was still incomplete. If its value was reduced so greatly, how much could it be pawned for? Lin Ming asked, unsure. Mo Eversnow saw Lin Ming's worried expression and chuckled. That is something that you do not need to worry about. What kind of character is an Empyrean? Even a holy lord is nothing but an ant in front of an Empyrean. This first martial meeting may be held by Empyreans, but the truth is that only the disciples of the Empyreans are managing affairs. How could an Empyrean possibly bother themselves with such things? Even the rewards for the top 10 are with the direction of Empyrean vast universe's chief disciple. Even if one managed to achieve first place in this first martial meeting, they still wouldn't have the chance to meet an Empyrean. Let alone an incomplete spirit artifact. Even if there was only a tiny fragment left over, there would still be a massive number of martial artists chasing after it like a flock of ducks. Even if that fragment had no more function, there would always be people wishing to collect it. Moreover, this necklace also has fluctuations of laws carved within it. They contain the principles of the refiner and can be used as a reference by World King level refining masters. It is extremely valuable. As Mo Evis now spoke, Lin Ming nodded in agreement. To an Empyrean that lived for tens or even hundreds of millions of years, it would be hard to arouse their interest with this divine realm first martial meeting that occurred every several thousand years. They had simply seen far too many first martial meetings. How much can this necklace be pawned for? I cannot say. Mo Evis now shook her head. Even with Empyreans, there are divisions of high and low. For instance, there is Empyrean Primordius, and also Empyrean Divine Dream who is conducting this first martial meeting. Both of them are outstanding existences even among Empyreans. I do not understand the world of Empyreans, but whatever Empyrean Primordius made should be much higher in value than a normal Empyrean's treasure. Moreover, there seems to be a seal in this necklace. However, I fear that no one besides Empyrean Primordius is capable of unraveling this seal. I have no idea just what could be inside. Lin Ming thought for a moment and asked, could this necklace tempt World King level powerhouses? It shouldn't. There are some great World King life weapons that can compare favorably to an Empyrean spirit treasure. Moreover, this necklace only has an incomplete artifact spirit. Starbind Bank has done business for millions of years. They shouldn't do something that would destroy their hard-earned reputation by coveting this necklace, or even a transcendent divine might jade slip. Okay, then we'll pawn this. I wonder just how much wealth we can get for it. Lin Ming put away the goddess necklace and flew out from the extreme violet ring. Really, where hills bent and the streams and roads seemed to end, there existed flowers that bloomed past the dark willows. This was the sudden glimpse of hope that he needed at this moment. He never imagined that the necklace he obtained from the ancient goddess grave in the past would play such an important role now. Chapter 1158, Sky-High Pawn Price. Chapter 1158, Sky-High Pawn Price. Starbind Bank's interior had different dimensional worlds located within it. And, its pawn store was in the shape of a 6-floored pagoda that floated high in the sky. Many masters arrived at the pagoda and turned into a beam of lightning, flying directly within. Lin Ming rubbed his chin. He bid farewell to River Feather and flew in alone. At this time, a light blue hazy mist covered his body, and one was barely able to make out the contours of his features. One couldn't clearly see his appearance nor clearly make out his age. This was a protection that Starbind Bank arranged for those people that weren't willing to disclose their identity. Of course, if one really wished to look through this concealment, it would be easy. But in this aspect, Starbind Bank's credibility had stood up to the most rigorous tests of time. It had operated for so many years, and yet there had never been a single time when they tried to steal the belongings of their guests, nor had they ever secretly investigated the appearance of their guests or violated their privacy. After Lin Ming entered the pagoda, he went to the first level. The space here was 1,000 miles long and wide, with a large crowd of talkative guests that were here to pawn treasures. Lin Ming moved straight to the second floor. According to what River Feather told him, expensive treasures had to be pawned on the second floor. Just as Lin Ming arrived at the second floor, a beautiful young woman dressed in white with a late divine sea cultivation stopped Lin Ming, saying with a smile, "Young sir, please hold on. Do you have a VIP card?" Although she was technically refusing him entry, her tone and expression were actually quite comfortable. "No. My apologies. If you do not have a VIP card, you will have to have the appraiser on the first level appraise your treasure first. If the value is high enough, you may enter the second floor." As the young woman spoke to hear, her voice caught in her throat. She felt a deep pressure suddenly enveloping her. Under this pressure, even her soul began to tremble. Peak Holy Lord Master? No, half-step World King. The white-clothed woman's eyes flashed with a startled light as she took a step backwards. With her late divine sea cultivation, she could judge Lin Ming's relative strength according to the pressure he released. This was not a level of perception that an ordinary divine sea master could possess. It was clear that many great masters often came to Starbind Bank's second floor. Even so, Peak Holy Lord and even half-step World King powerhouses were very rare. These were distinguished guests. The only level above them was World Kings, and it had to be known that one of Starbind Bank's secret owners was the true Martial Great World King. The white-clothed woman's voice immediately attracted everyone's eyes. They all glanced at Lin Ming. Half-step World King? Is it some super master from a Holy Land level influence? To think that they would personally come here. I wonder just what they are pawning. This is a half-step World King powerhouse. That's the first time I've ever seen one. Just incredible, even a half-step World King has come out. The grand auction 3 days from now will surely be worth watching. Senior may certainly enter a higher level. Please. The white-clothed woman motioned with her hand, inviting Lin Ming upstairs. Like this, Lin Ming stepped onto the stairs leading to the second floor underneath the envious gaze of others. But he didn't stop at the second floor and went straight to the fourth. As he entered the fourth floor, a middle-aged scholar welcomed him. Together with the woman, they guided Lin Ming to an inner room. At this time, Lin Ming had already restrained his aura. Soul pressure itself was a kind of force field, and to use it required soul force. Since Mo Eversnow's soul was still damaged, she wasn't able to release this soul pressure for too long a time. He had disguised himself as a half-step World King Master in order to increase his number of chips and ensure that this transaction would be absolutely safe. Senior, are you here to pawn treasures for the auction 3 days from now? May I ask what Senior would like to pawn? The middle-aged scholar said with anticipation. If the treasures pawned were valuable enough, the yearly interest would be quite considerable. Correct. Take a look at these and tell me what their value is. Lin Ming raised a hand and tossed out 6 dragon bone relics. 30 dragon bone relics were enough to refine the esoteric immortality pill. These 6 remaining dragon bone relics were to be pawned to ensure that his chances in the auction would be better. This is. As the middle-aged scholar saw these 6 black crystal beads, his eyes shined. God-beast bones. The middle-aged scholar was able to instantly discern the value of these dragon bone relics at first sight. Lin Ming praised this man inwardly. This middle-aged scholar was indeed a professional, able to tell whether something was a common treasure or a top treasure with just a single glance. The middle-aged scholar revealed a solemn look. He clapped his hands and the curtains outside moved. A robust and vibrant old man with a long beard walked in. This person only had an early divine Lord realm cultivation, but his eyes shined exceptionally bright. It was clear that he was an appraisal master. The old man appraised the dragon bone relics for a moment. Then, with a slight movement of his lips, he sent a true essence sound transmission to the middle-aged scholar containing his appraisal results. The middle-aged scholar praised, "These are dragon bone relics refined from the bone of an azure dragon. They are truly wonderful items. But what a pity, the dragon marrow has already been taken out and there is only the pure skeleton left behind. Because of this, the value is reduced by 70 to 80%. Even so, these dragon bone relics are much more precious than a drop of dragon horn blood. For these 6 dragon bone relics, I am willing to pawn 350 billion violet sunstones for Senior. What does Senior think about this?" Lin Ming nodded. This was about the price he expected. The price for pawning something was only 50 to 60% of the selling price. This was the only way that the pawn store could make a profit once the original master decided they didn't want the item anymore. Haha, Senior truly is great. Does Senior have any more items that you wish to pawn? The middle-aged scholar personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ming. This is 9 fog tea formed from 10,000-year camellia flowers. They are infused with high-quality spirit spring water. Senior, please have a taste. Lin Ming received the teacup and took a sip. Really, this tea was quite fragrant. There was even a light feeling of having his soul revitalized. Compared to the chaotic crowd downstairs, The treatment on the 4th floor was worlds apart. This was the difference power and wealth brought. Lin Ming drank the tea and then took out the goddess necklace from his spatial ring, placing it in front of the middle-aged scholar. This is... A doubtful expression crossed the middle-aged scholar's face. As he looked at this necklace, he didn't notice anything special about it. The middle-aged scholar picked up the necklace. It was quite heavy and ice-cold to the touch. Moreover, there were some faint law fluctuations exuding from it. This is a spirit artifact, however, it seems to lack an artifact spirit. No, that's not right. This is... The long-bearded old man was the first to respond, startled. He looked at Lin Ming with incredulity in his eyes and then began to rapidly whisper to the middle-aged scholar. After the middle-aged scholar listened to him, he suddenly shot up from his chair. "Are you serious?" The old man nodded. The middle-aged scholar was completely floored. He investigated the necklace again, but was more or less assured in the old man's opinion. Although the old man didn't have a high cultivation, he was actually the chief appraisal master of this pawn store. If there was something that caught his interest like this, he certainly wouldn't make a mistake, especially if it was so valuable. If he didn't have absolute assurance in his guess, he wouldn't have said anything. This is a spirit treasure created by an Empyrean. Senior actually has such a treasure. The middle-aged scholar sucked in a deep breath and looked at Lin Ming with awe in his eyes. An Empyrean spirit treasure was something that normally only Great World King-level powerhouses possessed. For instance, when direct disciples of Empyreans grew up, they were on the same level as Great World Kings. The weapons they used would often be Empyrean spirit treasures. Of course, this spirit treasure that Lin Ming presented was broken and could no longer be used. Even so, the value was tremendous. If the inherent refining techniques and law fluctuations within this necklace were obtained by someone, the comprehensions they could gain would be a truly serendipitous lucky chance. As the middle-aged scholar saw this necklace, he found it hard to remain calm even though he had come across many treasures. For someone who worked in a pawn store, the most exciting matter was to come across extremely rare heavenly treasures like this. "Senior, do you plan on selling this necklace? We will pay you a full and satisfying price," the middle-aged scholar politely said as he rubbed his hands together. If it weren't for a special time like right now, normally others wouldn't bring out such a treasure to sell. They would only trade it for something equally precious. But Lin Ming firmly shook his head and said, "I am not selling, only pawning. I will return to redeem it within 5 years." Lin Ming certainly couldn't sell something that Empyrean Primordius had left behind. Even if it had no value to him, he would still redeem it. This was his respect to Empyrean Primordius. After all, Empyrean Primordius had been his teacher. What a pity. The middle-aged scholar secretly shook his head. If this was sold, he could even present it to the true martial Great World King. Although the true martial Great World King already had a complete Empyrean spirit treasure, just the laws within this necklace would be enough to tempt him. As the middle-aged scholar and Lin Ming spoke, the curtains around them lifted once more and 2 additional appraisal masters walked in. One was a white-haired old woman and another was a skinny man. These 2 didn't even speak to the long-bearded old man. Instead, all 3 of them were completely engrossed in appraising this Empyrean spirit treasure, their eyes shining with obvious excitement. They constantly moved around, changing their perspective and speaking with true essence sound transmissions. It was only after an hour that they finished appraising the goddess necklace. The long-bearded old man told the middle-aged scholar the appraisal result. Even in the end, the 3 appraisal masters weren't able to discern which Empyrean had crafted this necklace. This was also within reason. The world of Empyreans was incomparably mysterious. Even with the long-bearded old man's experience, he still wasn't able to touch upon such a high realm. He was only able to determine that this was an Empyrean spirit treasure, a vague estimation of its quality, and an approximate price. For someone to be able to do this was already extremely rare. The middle-aged scholar hesitated for a moment and then waved his hand, tossing out a sound-transmitting talisman. A moment later, he received a sound-transmitting talisman in reply. After several exchanges, he made a final decision. Only after this was finalized again did he stretch out his 2 hands and stick out 6 fingers. He calmly and clearly enunciated, 6 trillion. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped up. Silently, he began to rapidly converse with Mo Eversnow in his spiritual sea. Okay, it's a deal at 6 trillion. The following matters were much simpler. Lin Ming left behind a password array formation symbol. Then, he took away a total of 63,600 violet sunstone crystal cards from Starbind Bank and left. When this was added to his original wealth as well as the 1,000-some crystal cards that River Feather had given him, he had a total of 60,000 crystal cards. This was a total of 7 trillion, and at this time, the auction for the Boundless World pill had finally begun. Chapter 1159, The Grand Auction. Chapter 1159, The Grand Auction. True Martial World was originally one of the liveliest and most prosperous trading hubs of the Divine Realm. Immemorial Imperial City was the largest city on True Martial World, with the most citizens living within. And now, borrowing the great wind of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting to boost everyone's spirit, the grand auction that was being held could be said to be the grandest event for the last several thousands of years. Before this grand Imperial City auction was held, Immemorial Imperial City had already held many smaller auctions. But compared to the precious items at the Imperial City auction, everything else was simply left in the dust. This auction would continue for 3 days and would include thousands of treasures. In addition, there were also 100,000 pieces that would only be bid on in private. Although these weren't items that would be put up for public auction, the truth was that they were very precious. For instance, items such as peak top-grade saint artifacts would be privately sold. In the past, even most direct disciples of Phoenix Cry Palace wouldn't have such a treasure, but here they wouldn't even see the light of day. 2 sirs, here are your seat numbers. Lin Ming and River Feather each took a jade slip. They looked through them and saw that their numbers were over 200,000. This was proof that just at this moment there were already over 200,000 guests at the auction site. And these 200,000 people all had to have shown proof of certain financial prowess or they wouldn't have been able to take a single step inside. One could only say that the Divine Realm was far too great. The two moved towards their seats. Lin Ming hadn't chosen to alter his appearance. He retained his original appearance as well as his original name. It was easy to hide his appearance in Starbind Bank because Starbind Bank protected the privacy of their customers. Even if there were powerhouses in the bank, they still wouldn't do something so rude as investigate Lin Ming's true appearance in front of everyone. But at this auction, many visitors were Holy Lords, Peak Holy Lords, or even half-step world kings. It was impossible for Lin Ming to use his appearance-changing technique in front of them with any hope of success. Instead, if he remained secretive yet possessed a massive amount of wealth, that would only attract more eyes to him, and Lin Ming wouldn't be able to do anything against this type of probing. So, he might as well use his true appearance and enter the stage. It didn't matter if anyone noticed him. He had already rented out the best cultivation area he could at Immemorial Imperial City. As soon as this auction was finished, he could train in there for 3 months in absolute safety. After he joined the first martial meeting, he would be even more secure. This auction site was similar to the arena of the Sacred Martial Grand Tournament. However, it was a bit smaller. The venue was only a 5-mile wide square, and the seating areas were much taller at up to 10 miles. Like this, they could accommodate more guests. At first glance, the countless seats were just like little grains of sand in the desert. At the center of the auction venue there was also a battle array disc floating in the sky. It would project an image of the auction goods so that everyone could clearly see them. Lin Ming followed River Feather into the auction venue until they reached the area that the River family had been assigned. Here, they couldn't help but meet River Feather's older brother, River Wind. River Wind looked at River Feather and Lin Ming with a smile on his face. He directly ignored Lin Ming and only looked to River Feather. "Dear little brother, I never imagined that you would manage to scrounge up enough money to come and bid on the trashiest items here. Did you borrow it from your pack of loser friends? Are you counting on buying a few top-grade saint artifacts here and giving the first martial meeting a shot? Do you want to gain some experience or something?" River Wind's words were clearly mocking. He had suppressed River Feather's ability to borrow violet sunstones from his family and had expected that River Feather wouldn't have any money to come here. Being able to buy a few top-grade saint artifacts was already better than what he had expected. As for River Feather making any sort of progress in the first martial meeting, that was simply a joke. Let alone River Feather, that was impossible even for you, Ironrock. River Feather sneered. He said, "The reason I came to this auction is to accompany my friend to participate. As for the first martial meeting 3 months from now, Big Brother doesn't need to waste energy and worry about me." "Friend." River Wind shot Lin Ming a glance and then heartily laughed, not even bothering to toss out any cruel words. After all, he didn't have any hatred or conflict with Lin Ming, and he wasn't stupid enough to randomly create a new enemy. Moreover, Lin Ming only had a 9th stage life destruction cultivation. River Wind simply didn't place him in his heart. Lin Ming didn't look at River Wind. This sort of lowly and trivial character didn't even enter his eyes. At this time, his only competition was the heroic young elites of the World King level Holy Land. And these people were all seated at the uppermost, reserved seats. No one from the true martial Holy Lands has come. It does make sense though. The true martial Holy Land's Holy Lord is the true martial Great World King. This person has managed true martial Great World and Starbind Bank for so many years that he must have accumulated an incalculable amount of wealth and resources. These resources should be more than enough to supply the disciples of his Holy Land with everything they need. In just this aspect alone, an ordinary World King level Holy Land like the Sacred Martial Mansion simply cannot compare. As Lin Ming was thinking, he looked over the young elites sitting in the reserved section. Not only were there people from Sacred Martial Mansion, but there were also disciples of other super influences. These disciples had come from outside of immemorial Imperial City. If they could sit in the highest levels, the level of the influences they came from must be no worse than the ancient Dragon Clan. All around Lin Ming, 90% of the martial artists present were heroic young elites. They had all come for this auction and also the first martial meeting 3 months from now. They were constantly discussing all of the exciting events that were recently occurring. Lin Ming sat with his eyes closed in meditation, ignoring all the conversation around him. This auction would be similar to a battlefield. If he couldn't win here, then it would be difficult for him to rapidly increase his strength in these next 3 months. It would greatly affect his performance in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. If he wanted to advance into the top 10 then, it would be far too difficult. Esteemed guests, you have waited for a long time. The Imperial City auction will begin now. At this time, at the very center of the auction site, a charming and flirtatious voice echoed out, easily spreading over a dozen miles. Lin Ming opened his eyes. He could see that at the center of the auction site, there was a red-clothed woman standing there. She was delicate and naively beautiful, with icy white skin and a body that seemed mold from water. She had a playful look with eyes that promised 10,000 different dreams. Overall, she was incredibly beautiful. Moreover, what was strange was that she had a long, winter-white foxtail. That is the Wintry Fox Clan's Princess Honeylush. I didn't think that this auction would be managed by her. River Feather commented from the side. Lin Ming was from one of the 4 God-Beast clans, but even though they were called God-Beast clans, they only had the bloodline of a God-Beast transplanted into their bodies. As for the Wintry Fox clan, they clearly had a true Wintry Fox ancestor. They were descendants of a human and a wintry fox that had lived long enough to manifest a human form. They were considered half-monsters, thus they had certain characteristics like a fox tail. As for the 4 God-Beast clan juniors, although they could use some secret skills to take on the shape or characteristics of God-Beasts, they weren't true body parts. Wow, I heard that Princess Honeylush's talent is extremely high, not inferior to the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. There are countless suitors chasing after her. With her presiding over this auction, those countless young elites will crazily kick up the price in their feverish desire to please her. Lin Ming thought little of it. It doesn't matter. Princess Honeylush will at most be able to affect the prices of some ordinary goods. As for those true final closing treasures that involve a massive amount of money, no one will carelessly increase the price just for a smile from a random beauty. Lin Ming sat down, keeping his heart and mind calm and clear. At this time, the first auction item was placed on stage. For every auction, the best items would naturally be placed at the end. But, the very first item would be of high quality too, with value no lower than those that would come at the end. This was to rouse the good mood of the guests and to bring a grand opening to the event. Princess Honeylush patted the box near her and sweetly smiled. She said in a clear and coy tone, "Thank you distinguished guests for your support. In this Imperial City auction, there are over 300,000 guests present. This is the first auction item for this grand and momentous event. What could it possibly be? Not even I know." Princess Honeylush's voice was just as sweet as honey, causing those who heard her to feel their hearts twitch. She was skilled at galvanizing the mood of heroic young elites. Many people shouted, asking her to immediately open the box and start the auction. The first item up for auction is, as Princess Honeylush spoke to hear, she slowly opened the box, revealing a piece of flawless crystal. This crystal was in the shape of a baby, only half a foot high. Through the projection of a battle array disc, one could clearly make out every single inch and texture of the crystal. What was strange was that this baby had 9 holes in its body. Coincidentally, these 9 holes all corresponded to vital acupoints on a human body. They were naturally formed and not carved, a miracle of nature. And beside this crystal was a card. Princess Honeylush picked up the card and looked over it. She laughed and said, "The first item for auction is a 9-aperture spirit crystal. Hehe, so it was this sort of thing. I think that many guests present will be joining the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting in 3 months. If you lose to an opponent in strength, then there is nothing left to say. However, if you lose to an opponent not because of your strength but because of a weapon, then that would truly be regretful. This 9-orifice spirit crystal can be used to nourish a spirit artifact's artifact spirit. I think that there is no need for me to mention just how useful an artifact spirit is to a spirit artifact and what benefits a stronger artifact spirit would bring. In order to perform well, the necessary tools are required. With a superior weapon, the battle is already half won. This 9-orifice spirit crystal has a base price of 4 billion violet sunstones, and the minimum bid increase each time is 500 million violet sunstones. And now, it is time to begin the auction. 9-orifice spirit crystal. Many of the young elites present gulped. The first auction item was actually aimed at a spirit artifact. One couldn't forget that this auction was aimed at divine sea martial artists. A divine sea martial artist using a spirit artifact. Just what kind of luxury was that? This sort of spirit artifact required a top supreme elder to expend a great deal of time and energy so that a young elite could be attuned to it. Besides juniors of super influences, no other divine sea martial artists could possibly be so extravagant. From this alone, one could see just how magnificent and lofty this auction was. Some poorer young elites felt their hearts ache. They had collected the lowest amount possible to hopefully join this auction as a foil, but they couldn't even afford a fifth of the starting bidding price. 9-orifice spirit crystal, not bad. Lin Ming thought to himself. The first auction item was something that would actually be extremely useful to him. This was a very good sign but also well within reason. Everything in this auction was aimed at top divine sea geniuses. 5 billion. In the audience, a youth called out, suddenly attracting the envy and admiration of many others. This proved that this youth had a spirit artifact as a weapon. His background could be imagined. This youth faintly smiled as if this wasn't something worth mentioning. But in the next breath of time, another person raised the price. 5 billion. 6 billion. The price climbed higher and higher, but Lin Ming remained unmoved for now. He knew that the starting price was only a tentative exploration. The true buyers still hadn't yet shown themselves. Chapter 1160, Zhong Wenshu. Chapter 1160, Zhong Wenshu. A guest has bid 5 billion. Is there another guest that is willing to bid a higher price? Princess Honeylush asked on the auction stage with a flirtatious tone, a tone that caused many young elites to bubble over with heated blood. But, as they thought of this 5 billion cost, they were all discouraged. This price was simply too high. 5 billion, Whoever bids this high must be rich. A young disciple sighed enviously from beside Lin Ming. For many present, their total usage of resources growing up until now didn't surpass 7.5 billion. But this cost was actually used to bid on a 9-aperture spirit crystal to nourish a spirit artifact. There was simply no way to describe this gap. It's impossible to withstand the world of the wealthy. As some were discussing, in the higher-level reserved seats, someone suddenly called out, 10 billion. The one who spoke was a young man who looked to be 15 to 16 years old. He was handsome with clear eyes and shining teeth, and also had an early divine sea cultivation. Although he only appeared to be 15 to 16 years old, for him to have reached a divine sea cultivation, his natural age had to be over 30. That is Dual Polarity Palace's Zhong Wenshu. Dual Polarity Palace is also a World King Holy Land. They're on a similar level to Sacred Martial Mansion, and one of their branch divisions is located in White Sun City. White Sun City is only slightly inferior to Immemorial Imperial City in terms of trade. There must be an auction held over there, but these fellows actually decided to cross tens of millions of miles to come to our Immemorial Imperial City and steal our meat. In true martial world, the highest-ranked World King-level Holy Land influence was naturally true martial Holy Lands. As for Sacred Martial Mansion and Dual Polarity Palace, they could only be considered as being on the lower end of the spectrum of World King-level Holy Lands. This was simply how things were. Even so, they weren't something that the Yu family or the River family could compare with. They had tens of millions of years of accumulation, and just a tiny hair from them was thicker than some of these distinguished families' thighs. Humph, these World King Holy Lands are too widely distributed and there are far too many young disciples. Even Sacred Martial Mansion has a massive amount of their power distributed outside of Immemorial Imperial City. It is impossible for them to fully hedge on a single city auction. With the first martial meeting approaching, they have to spread their net out as much as possible and buy as many goods as they can. This Immemorial Imperial City auction is a battlefield that many World King Holy Lands are gambling on. We shouldn't think of being able to partake in any of the good treasures. Just eating a bit of the soup should be enough. Disciples of ordinary Holy Lands and small families understood their own worth. It was impossible for them to purchase any of the major items, but they had hopes of buying some of the smaller goods. At this time, beside them, a youth suddenly raised a jade slip in his hands. 10.5 billion. The youth who called out this bid sat in the lower seats of the auditorium where the disciples of the ordinary families were. To call out this bid from that seating position, this action immediately attracted everyone's eyes. Who is he? What sort of background does he have? All of the young elites couldn't help but wonder this. Lin Ming remained calm. He was already prepared to be noticed by others in this auction. The true war of wealth was still to come. This brat, could he be randomly shouting? What a joke. In this auction there are very serious consequences for maliciously bidding without meaning it. Moreover, the 200 million violet sunstones we put out to come here won't be returned either. For a disciple of an ordinary family, having to give up 200 million violet sunstones would absolutely ruin them. No one was so crazy that they would waste all of their hard-earned wealth to do some grandstanding, much less risk the danger of being executed later. Beside Lin Ming, River Feather wasn't surprised at all. He already knew that Lin Ming had a spirit artifact spear, and an extremely high-quality one at that. But River Feather's older brother, River Wind, was left completely dumbfounded. He looked at Lin Ming and gulped. 10.5 billion to buy a spirit crystal to enhance a weapon? Moreover, this was proof that Lin Ming had a spirit artifact as a weapon. How could his little brother possibly know such a person? Zhong Wenshu looked at Lin Ming with some surprise before revealing a playful smile. He simply hadn't placed Lin Ming's competing bid in his heart. He adjusted his seat to a more comfortable position and then lazily lifted the jade slip in his hand, calling out another bid, 12 billion. 12.5 billion. Lin Ming said before a single breath of time passed. This second bid, he shouted, was as if he were tossing out a pile of rocks instead of violet sunstones. How interesting. Zhong Wenshu humphed. 13 billion. 13.5 billion. Every time Lin Ming put in a higher bid, it was 500 million more. It was succinct and the same no matter what the other party called. This was a reflection of his rich property and his determination to purchase the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Against this sort of momentum, it was easy for others to give birth to fear in their hearts, a feeling that it was impossible to win a bidding war against Lin Ming. Zhong Wenshu frowned. He sat up, his expression serious. 15 billion. 5 billion. This brat. Zhong Wenshu's handsome face flashed with a trace of impatience. As he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were a bit cold. He had his own spirit artifact. Although his family had spent a great deal of wealth to refine it for him and help train him to use it, if he really sold it then he would only be able to receive 80 to 90 billion. If he had to buy this 9-aperture spirit crystal to enhance his spirit artifact's artifact spirit, that would be nearly a sixth of the entire value. It would be an overall loss for him. If it weren't for Lin Ming, he definitely wouldn't spend so much. 5 billion. Zhong Wenshu shouted out as he raised his jade slip again. This 9-aperture spirit crystal was extremely valuable to him. If he missed out on it this time, there was a chance that he would lose to his opponent in the first martial meeting due to the difference in weapons. 9-aperture spirit crystals were extremely rare. It wasn't possible to buy one whenever he wanted to. Thus, as he looked at Lin Ming, his eyes became increasingly cold. 17 billion. Lin Ming calmly said, raising the bid by another 500 million. He definitely had to obtain the 9-aperture spirit crystal. This was because his Phoenix Blood Spear was much more valuable than the weapons that these other young elites use. There was no other reason than the fact that the Phoenix Blood Spear was personally raised by Lin Ming. For the other young elites, no matter how wondrous or magnificent their backgrounds were, their weapons were still granted to them by their elders. This was because no matter what sort of heaven-defying lucky chances they had experienced in their 30 to 40 years of life, it was impossible for them to form their own source artifact spirit. Lin Ming was able to become one with the Phoenix Blood Spear, thus the Phoenix Blood Spear was not a spirit artifact that the weapons of other geniuses could compare with. So, the Phoenix Blood Spear was worth Lin Ming spending a great deal of money to buy the 9-aperture spirit crystal, so that he could raise the Phoenix Blood Spear to become his own life weapon in the future. In the higher reserved seats, some peak disciples of World King Holy Lands looked down at Lin Ming and Zhong Wenshu competing in their bidding war. Some revealed a bemused expression, but some were frowning. They also wanted the 9-aperture spirit crystal, but because of Lin Ming and Zhong Wenshu's competition, they didn't have the chance to enter into this bidding war. And by this point, the bid had already surpassed the original value of the 9-aperture spirit crystal by a great deal. There wasn't much meaning to shouting out another price. Moreover, Lin Ming appeared as if he were willing to obtain the 9-aperture spirit crystal no matter the cost. This caused them to immediately lose interest in competing with him. Let them struggle and buy the 9-aperture spirit crystal at a higher price so that they can use up their resources. That youth sitting down below probably isn't planning on bidding on the closing treasures, so he's bidding so unscrupulously now. As for us, we have to focus on those last few treasures. Even if it is only 10 billion or 5 billion, every amount is precious. A tiny straw can be the weight that crushes the camel. That tiny bit of wealth can decide our victory in the final auction bid. If the 9-aperture spirit crystal was said to raise a martial artist's strength by a single point, then the Boundless World Pill could increase a martial artist's strength by dozens of points. Moreover, one was aimed at an external object and the other was aimed at the martial artist themselves. Their values naturally couldn't be compared. What these young elites were thinking was also what Zhong Wenshu was thinking. Zhong Wenshu deeply looked at Lin Ming as if he were carving Lin Ming's looks into his mind. Second uncle, did that boy change his appearance? Zhong Wenshu asked an old man meditating beside him. This old man was a peak Holy Lord level powerhouse. The old man opened his macerated eyes and looked at Lin Ming for a few breaths of time before expressionlessly saying, "No. He's sitting in the seating area of the commoners and still doesn't understand how to restrain himself. Instead, he swaggers around trying to struggle with the disciples of World King Holy Lands. It's as if he wants to die. Find someone to thoroughly investigate his origin and just what family he comes from." Zhong Wenshu sneered. Since Lin Ming wasn't sitting in the reserved section, That meant he likely didn't have a World King Holy Land background. Even so, it was best to be careful and investigate Lin Ming's background lest he be forced to kick himself later. Of course, it was impossible for him to do anything in immemorial Imperial City. That would be a blatant violation of the rules. If anyone dared to provoke the sanctuary of the true martial Holy Lands, their future might not be so safe. This wasn't a particular grievance that Zhong Wenshu was looking to take revenge on, but a natural process of the world of martial arts. In the world of martial arts, the law of the jungle was all that mattered and the strong ate the weak. Besides, in some super cities and other areas, there weren't any legal constraints at all. Killing someone and stealing their possessions was common. This was because the strong did not need to reason with the weak. Strength was the only reasoning required. Thus, if one only had a minor background and managed to stumble into a great deal of wealth and come to this auction to play around, then that was completely suicidal behavior. 17 billion. Is there anyone that would like to place a higher bid? Princess Honeylush gently smiled on the auction stage, her eyes on Zhong Wenshu. She had already glanced over the young elites from the other World King Holy Lands, and he was the only one who seemed willing to raise the bid. One had to admit that Princess Honeylush's warm and watery eyes seemed to speak volumes. Her vision seemed to contain 10,000 temptations, causing one to lose concentration as if they were lost in free fall. Zhong Wenshu coldly coughed and sat back down in his chair. He said in a cold and clear voice, "Little girl, there's no need for you to try to stir me up with your eyes. It doesn't matter to me how you keep batting your eyes at me. What is 17 billion? Much less 17 billion, if I were in a better mood, even 170 billion would be nothing at all. However, the reason for me coming here today is for the Boundless World Pill, so I can't be bothered to haggle with those little mice sitting down below. This 9-aperture spirit crystal, what's the big deal if I grant it to you?" Zhong Wenshu's words were filled with energy as they spread throughout the entire audience. This sort of appearance made it seem as if Lin Ming didn't win the bidding for the 9-aperture spirit crystal, but rather that Zhong Wenshu bestowed it to Lin Ming. Moreover, when he said those little mice sitting down below, that was clearly mocking all of the young elites from ordinary family backgrounds. This caused those ordinary young elites to immediately be enraged. Yet, they had no words to refute him. Zhong Wenshu was absolutely not someone they could provoke. Chapter 1161, Auctioning the Boundless World Pill. Chapter 1161, Auctioning the Boundless World Pill. Fuck, who the hell does he think he is? He clearly lost, so why is he pretending to be so amazing at losing? River Feather cursed. It's as if he thinks that he's donating to us or something. Everyone clearly knows he lost the bid and yet he thinks he won it. Lin Ming thought little of it. He said, "That type of person has an arrogant personality with a mouth that keeps running off on its own. Even if he lost, he would tell others that it wasn't because he was weak but because he couldn't be bothered to put his full force into fighting." These geniuses from somewhat influential backgrounds are born with a sense of superiority, so being idiotically arrogant like this is also normal. As for Princess Honeylush, she looked at Zhong Wenshu without the least bit of embarrassment. As the auctioneer for this event, it was common knowledge that she would be able to keep a small percentage of the profits for herself. Even so, any normal person would have been humiliated after being publicly scolded by Zhong Wenshu. But Princess Honeylush only smiled. She said, "What Sir Zhong said about me, I will surely remember. I hope that once the final several items of this auction come out, Sir Zhong will be able to put forth a splendid performance. If no one wishes to bid again, then I will begin the countdown." As Princess Honeylush spoke, Lin Ming was a bit surprised. This young woman wasn't simple at all. She was actually able to remain so calm and composed in the face of Zhong Wenshu's ridicule. It might really be true that she had a talent that approached the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. 17 billion, going once. Princess Honeylush slowly spoke. As she finished the countdown, no one bid again. Congratulations to this guest for obtaining the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Princess Honeylush smiled at Lin Ming. As for those young elites around Lin Ming, all of them were looking at him with strange expressions on their faces. They never imagined that this youth they were sitting with would actually be so special and wealthy. Does anyone know what his background is? Not sure. If he comes from a World King Holy Land, then he should have revealed his status. If his status was certified, he should have been able to sit in the VIP seats as an honored guest. Since this youth didn't, he might be the descendant of some expert. If that expert is amazing enough, then his status might not be too different from that of an upper-level Holy Land. Otherwise, if he's just some nobody that obtained a massive lucky chance by accident, then he will be in danger. All of the young elites began discussing Lin Ming's status with True Essence sound transmissions, curious as to just who he was and where he came from. Honored guest, would you like to switch seats? Princess Honeylush kindly said to Lin Ming. She clearly wanted to swap Lin Ming's seat for one in the upper levels. Lin Ming shook his head, no need. Very well, please do as you please. Now, it is time for the next auction. As Princess Honeylush spoke, she had already opened the second box. This was a 5-foot-long wooden chest. After opening it, a sword with a 4-foot-long blade was revealed. The blade edge was sharp and chilling. This was a transcendent saint artifact. A spirit artifact without an artifact spirit was a transcendent saint artifact. It was weaker than a true spirit artifact but far superior to a top-grade saint artifact. And most importantly, this sort of weapon could be used by an extreme divine sea genius. By relying on the weak world power within themselves, they could move this weapon. It wasn't like a spirit artifact that required a divine transformation realm genius to use it. What a wonderful treasure, haha. I just happened to use a sword. Although I can't compare to those rich fellows that use spirit artifacts, a transcendent saint artifact isn't too bad either. At least in terms of weapon hardness and durability, I won't lose to others. At the ordinary lower level seats, many young elites were itching to put up a struggle for treasures. After the first auction, the quality of the items dramatically fell, otherwise they would never have been able to afford anything here. The base price of this transcendent saint artifact sword was 80 million. The disciples of ordinary families bid on it until it was finally won at 160 million. Following that, item after item was auctioned. However, the price normally wouldn't exceed 200 million. The audience for these items was ordinary young elites. Of course, these so-called ordinary young elites were still top disciples of Holy Land level sects and distinguished martial families. To Lin Ming and others, these things had little to no use. Lin Ming didn't call out another bid. As for those other World King Holy Land geniuses, they were all saving their strength for the true bidding. As item after item was sold, the auction finally began to approach its end. Princess Honeylush stepped on stage again. She said with a lively and spirited voice, "This auction has continued for 3 days. Several thousands of items have been auctioned, and now, it is finally time for the grand finale. The first of the final items is also the most precious of them all, as well as what so many of you have come here for. It is the Boundless World Pill. Now, let us begin the auction." There were a total of 10 final items. The most precious, the Boundless World Pill, was the first and not the last. This was so that the young elites present would compete for it without holding back. Otherwise, if they all held their hands waiting for it, they would bid lower on the other items, thinking to save as much as possible for the Boundless World Pill. Once the Boundless World Pill appeared, everyone would still be in the situation where they had the most funds available to them. They could wholeheartedly compete for it with everything they had. If they couldn't win the bidding, then they could at least forget about it. At that time, they would be able to bid on other items. They would have already cut off all other paths, so they would have no choice but to purchase something else, otherwise they would have to leave empty-handed without anything to show for their efforts. This arrangement was to maximize the auction value of all items. It was also to ensure that the bidding competition between these young elites would be fair. Let's begin, the true act is here. Haha, I've waited 3 days for this. The Boundless World Pill is finally appearing. I must obtain it before I can go to sleep. In the higher reserved seats, every disciple of the World King level Holy Lands was gearing up to bid. Beside them were also many of their elders that were here to back them up. Many of them were peak Holy Lord Masters. On Sacred Martial Mansion's side, a tall and burly youth rubbed his spatial ring, caressing it like he would his most treasured lover. Without a doubt, there was a great deal of wealth contained within this spatial ring. This tall and burly youth was Sacred Tianhao, one of the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Beside him, the red-haired Sacred Yuping drawled, "Big brother, there is no need for there to be a fight between us brothers. Let's join together to purchase this boundless world pill and then we can discuss how to split it up later." As geniuses of Sacred Martial Mansion, although their relationship wasn't usually harmonious, they naturally fell in sync with each other at this time. "That's a good idea. It's not just us, but we also have to join together with Third Sister. We have to win this boundless world pill at all costs. This is going to be a tough battle for all of us." In truth, even if several of them joined together, the force standing behind the 3 prodigies was only a World King-level Holy Land. Their advantage here wasn't too great. And in front of them were several geniuses of World King Holy Lands. For instance, Zhong Wenshu. At this time, Zhong Wenshu had completely put away his previous cynical and contemptuous manner. He was staring at the jade box in front of Princess Hunalush, eyeing it like a viper eyeing its prey. Zhong Wenshu had an early divine sea cultivation. If he could obtain the boundless world pill and close up in training for 3 months within a time-altering array formation, then it would be guaranteed for him to step into the middle divine sea realm. Moreover, his inner world would become much more stable and he would be able to have a more amazing result in the first martial meeting. With a great result, the advantages he would obtain from the sect would be indispensable for his future achievements. "This boundless world pill is mine no matter what," Zhong Wenshu cried out in his mind. As for those disciples of ordinary sects and families, they could only watch the play unfolding in front of them. This would be a bloodbath of those with true wealth. Although they couldn't participate, they were still filled with anticipation in being able to watch. They all wanted to see just how astronomically high the price would rise. A boundless world pill used a realm heart cornerstone as the main material in refining it. As for a realm heart cornerstone, that could only be obtained after a boundless world reached its natural end time and collapsed. The preciousness of such a treasure could be imagined. Moreover, wanting to refine such a pill wasn't easy either. Only a great World King-level alchemist would have the ability and power required to refine such a pill. Even then, in normal times this pill couldn't be bought with mere wealth. And now that the first martial meeting was approaching, the value of the boundless world pill was impossible to calculate. Many people had a similar mentality in that even if they couldn't afford a high-priced treasure, and even if it was impossible for them to even dream of owning such an item, they would still want to see just how high of a price it could sell for. In the future, they could gossip about this and even boast about how they were present. "I wonder just what it will sell for. I have no idea. The price will surely be unimaginable." Before the auction for the boundless world pill began, Princess Hunalush waited for a full half-incense stick of time. Finally, she slowly opened the jade box containing the boundless world pill. As the jade box opened, a perfectly spherical pill shot up into the air. The pill was surrounded by a clear jade-green haze and the main body was translucent. Sealed within the center of the pill seemed to be some kind of spirit. This spirit struggled within, as if it had a life of its own. However, there was a special array formation on top of the jade box. As soon as the pill rushed out, it crashed into the array formation. There was a golden flash of light and the pill was bounced back, emitting hissing sounds all the while. As it floated in the air, brilliant beams of energy shot out like rays of the sun, beautiful and wonderful. "It really is the boundless world pill," Mo Eversnow exclaimed from within Lin Ming's spiritual sea. She had clearly seen this pill before. As for the others present, even if they were the young elites of World King Holy Lands, this was still the first time they had seen such a pill. "So that's the boundless world pill. It seems alive, how incredible." As expected of a top-grade pill approaching the rank of a transcendent divine pill. If one could take this pill then the advantages could be imagined. Princess Hunalush lifted up the jade box and placed it within the array disk projection, expanding the image to tens of thousands of times its original size so that everyone could clearly see it. "Everyone, can you see that little life within the pill? That is a world spirit. In the legends it is said that there is a world soul, but that is only a legend. Still, this boundless world pill was refined with a realm heart cornerstone, so it wouldn't be surprising if a world soul could truly be bred within. What does everyone think about this item? Ho ho ho, this pill, if taken by someone at the divine sea or divine transformation realm, will grant tremendous benefits to their inner world. Now, let us start the bidding. The starting price. Princess Honeylush trailed off as she spoke to hear, and then said, the starting price is 0. 0? Many of the young elites were stunned. They looked at each other, not thinking that the starting price would be 0. But, no matter what the starting price was, it didn't matter. In this bidding war, the final price for the boundless world pill would surely rise to unbelievable height. Chapter 1162, The Rise. Chapter 1162, The Rise. With a starting price of 0, there is no standard to measure the auction with. The first bid will be even more exaggerated. A World King Holy Land Elder said from the higher reserved seats. Because there were so few boundless world pills and they were rarely traded, their price was difficult to estimate. Moreover, there were vastly different prices in each transaction without any standard at all. Thus, no one could say just what the price of the boundless world pill should be. In this sort of situation, if the auction house were to put forth a starting price, then others would subconsciously think that this was the ordinary reserve price of the boundless world pill. If this auction finally produced a price several times that of the starting price, then there would be people who thought that they spent too much money and would think this was a great injustice. This would cause some people to feel uncomfortable with their purchase and might even affect the final transaction price. But on the other hand, if the starting price was too high, then many people would develop fear at the start and wouldn't dare to bid. This would lead to the auction being deserted and wouldn't allow the bidding price of the item to reach its highest peak. Thus, the starting price had simply been set as 0. A starting price of 0 even meant that some not-so-wealthy geniuses of peak Holy Lands felt eager to dip their hands into the game. Although they knew it was impossible for them to win in the end, they still felt fired up enough to bid a single time. Then, in the future, for better or worse, they could say that they had joined in on competing for the boundless world pill. As several young elites opened their mouths to shout out a price, in the lower common seats, a red bamboo hat woman who had yet to speak a single word spoke up. 100 billion. 100 billion. That bid immediately broke past the limits of what most people were able to bid. Even if these young elites were to put forth their entire wealth, they still wouldn't be able to match a tenth of that price. Moreover, this young woman was sitting in the lower common seats, so chances were that she wasn't a disciple of a World King Holy Land. Just where had she come from? Good heavens. The starting price is 100 billion. River Feather wiped dripping sweat from his neck. He already knew that Lin Ming had raised an astronomical amount of funds in order to compete for the final items, but as for how much he had prepared, River Feather actually had no idea. And now the first bid was 100 billion. The final bidding price might even be 10 to 20 times higher than that. Could Lin Ming have possibly managed to scrounge up so much money? Lin Ming glanced at the bamboo hat woman. Her voice wasn't gentle or elegant at all. Rather, she sounded a bit hoarse. The bamboo hat was covered with a fine red gauze, but although it was just a little bit of fabric, there was actually a strange energy covering it that made others unable to see her appearance. Where had this woman come from? 200 billion. On Sacred Marshall Mansion's side, Sacred Yuping suddenly stretched out the jade slip in his hand. His bright red hair was particularly radiant in the audience. 250 billion, 300 billion, 360 billion. The bidding price continued to rise without end. Before a voice even faded, another person would place a bid. This left the young elites present dazed. For them, it was already difficult to imagine just how much money this actually was. At this time, a voice shouted, 1 trillion. As this voice echoed forth, all of the heroic young geniuses of ordinary families were left completely panic-stricken. 1 trillion. This was 1 trillion. Just what kind of insane number was that? This was a number usually used to describe populations. However, a bidding price of 1 trillion didn't dampen the excitement of these Holy Land geniuses. Zhong Wenshu stood up. He glanced at Princess Honeylush and then at Lin Ming, revealing a playful smile. He raised the jade slip in his hands and said, 2 trillion, by the heavens. This was double the last bid. River Feather gulped. As he thought of the 150 billion violet sunstones that he had lent Lin Ming, that could barely be considered a rounding error, that amount had already been his complete wealth. He had thought that he had an incredible destiny after stumbling into a great lucky chance, but compared to these truly wealthy individuals, everything he had in his life was now a joke. River Feather glanced over at Lin Ming and discovered that he was still sitting there with a placid expression, not hurried at all. This startled River Feather. How could Lin Ming remain so calm? This was 2 trillion. Did he still have the confidence to continue bidding later? 3 trillion. Sacred Martial Mansion's Sacred Tianhao shouted out as he raised the jade slip in his hand, rising past Zhong Wenshu's bid. Millimeter? Zhong Wenshu frowned. He coldly looked over in the direction of this new bid and met the eyes of Sacred Tianhao. Both of them came from World King level holy lands, so neither of them feared the other. Good, then let's have a little battle. 5 trillion. Zhong Wenshu shouted out another bid. Towards those like Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yuping, who had a formidable power backing them from behind, he didn't bother mocking. He could only contend with them in a battle of wealth. 5 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Hunilush passionately said from the auction stage. She was extremely excited to be able to preside over such an auction, and at this time, Lin Ming finally stood up. Besides the bamboo hat woman, he was the only one in the lower common seats that was able to compete with these World King Holy Land geniuses. Because of the ruckus caused by Lin Ming competing for the 9-aperture spirit crystal, many people were able to recognize him. As soon as Lin Ming stood up, he immediately attracted everyone's eyes to him. As for Zhong Wenshu, he suddenly rose to a sitting position. He looked towards Lin Ming, a cold light flashing in his eyes. 3 trillion. Lin Ming said, slowly and confidently. Then, he sat down. The new bidding price that he shouted out immediately shocked all of the young elites present, including River Feather. It was already astonishing to them that Lin Ming had spent 17 billion to purchase the 9-aperture spirit crystal. But now, something completely unbelievable had occurred. He had bid an entire 3 trillion. If Lin Ming truly came from a World King level Holy Land, then why wasn't he sitting in the reserved VIP seats? If he was able to bring out a token that indicated he was from a World King level Holy Land, then he would have been able to sit at the higher reserved levels. This would have helped him avoid a great number of troubles. Otherwise, it was simply too ostentatious for him to sit amongst the common young elites and call out such a high price. Once he left immemorial Imperial City in the future, he would be targeted by countless people. Just what was going on here? Regardless of what happened, Lin Ming was now the center of all attention. A youth who others suspected of having an ordinary background actually put forth a bid of 3 trillion. This brat. Zhong Wenshu's lips twitched. He had thought that Lin Ming only had enough to win that single item at the start. He never imagined that this young man would actually have the ability to contend for the final treasures, and the most precious one at that. In addition, the first time he had entered a bidding war against Lin Ming he had lost. That had been the same as ruthlessly slapping his face. There must be some secret on that brat. We must investigate his identity in as much depth as we can, Zhong Wenshu said to the old man behind him. It wasn't just Zhong Wenshu, but the 3 extraordinary geniuses of Sacred Martial Mansion also noticed Lin Ming. However, in the vast divine realm, it wasn't easy to thoroughly vet someone's background. Just as Zhong Wenshu was about to shout out another bid, the bamboo hat woman that sat with Lin Ming in the lower common section actually stood up. She said in her coarse and deep voice, 3 trillion. What? This new bid left the audience bewildered. Lin Ming was already a surprise, but this bamboo hat woman also had trillions in wealth. Just what was going on here? Everyone looked at that bamboo hat woman. Because of some special array formation in the red gauze that covered her face, it was impossible to clearly discern her appearance. Humph, covering up your face is nothing but a joke in front of me. Several Holy Lord-level old monsters rudely released their senses. They wanted to directly pierce through the bamboo hat woman's veil and see just what sort of person she was. But at this time, a sharp light flashed in the eyes of an old woman sitting beside her. An unimaginable aura erupted from her, and the divine sense of these old men crashed into this aura, immediately repelled. This feeling was just like a mortal running at full speed into a brick wall. It was enough to cause them to almost vomit blood. The several old men who tried to investigate the woman's appearance paled as the blood drained from their faces. Their bodies shook and they nearly tumbled out of their chairs. These old geezers were all stupefied. They knew now that they had kicked iron. That person was. Lin Ming's mind chilled as he looked towards the old woman. The old woman was wizened and haggard, with a face that was dried up like a walnut. Her hair was sparse and stringy and her body was bent with rickets. Her entire body was swathed in grey robes and her breathing was deep. It was hard to imagine that she was someone capable of defeating a crowd of peak Holy Lord Masters. All this indicated that she was a world king. Everyone present glanced at each other in dismay and shock. The appearance of this old man caused them all to be even more acutely aware that this auction was truly a den of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There were some people that didn't come from World King level holy lands, but standing behind them were still unfathomably deep existences. Because these existences were hidden, they were mostly unknown to anyone else. However, their strength far surpassed one's imagination. And for this divine realm first martial meeting, they had personally sent out their disciples to temper themselves in the upcoming battles. That old woman is too terrifying. Many young elites spoke to each other with true essence sound transmissions. Looking at this old woman, their eyes filled with dread and awe. For this old woman to be able to reflect the divine sense of several Holy Lord level masters with just a thought, then even if her strength wasn't that of a world king, she was infinitely close to one. Miss Mo, is that old woman a world king? Mo Eversnow shook her head. She emits a very strange feeling. Her soul force is not inferior to that of an ordinary world king, but her true essence fluctuations are actually inferior to mine from 50,000 years ago. She should not be a world king, but she is someone approaching a world king, a peak half-step world king character. I am even more inclined to believe that she was once a world king. However, because of some injury she received in the past, she dropped out from the world king realm. Mo Eversnow inferred the likeliest situation from the little bits of clues and information she knew. I see, even someone that dropped from the world king realm is so frightening. She was able to casually defeat several Holy Lord level powerhouses and there were even peak Holy Lord level masters within that group. If what you said is true, then that bamboo hat young woman might be that old woman's last disciple. In this auction, every opponent I face is stronger than the last. I only have 7 trillion. I wonder if that's enough. Lin Ming sucked in a deep breath. As he traced his spatial ring, his expression was solemn. Chapter 1163, Crazy. Chapter 1163, Crazy. Miss Mo, how much property would a World King level powerhouse and a World King level Holy Land have? Lin Ming asked Mo Eversnow, a bit unsure of himself. Mo Eversnow said, property is divided into fixed assets and liquid assets. Whether it is a World King powerhouse or World King Holy Land, over 99.9% of their total wealth will be locked down in array formations, palaces, transmission arrays, training locations, pills, treasures, and so forth. They wouldn't have many liquid assets available. For them, having too much money is useless. It's best to invest everything into training disciples and exchanging for resources. In the past, my Verdant Feather Holy Lands only kept around 4 to 5 trillion in liquid capital, and the Verdant Feather Holy Lands was also a great World King level Holy Land. It was much wealthier than these ordinary World King Holy Lands like Sacred Martial Mansion or Dual Polarity Palace. I estimate that they have a total of 1 to 2 trillion in liquid asset. Lin Ming nodded. This was a reasonable amount. When the Verdant Feather Holy Lands had been destroyed, Mo Eversnow had quickly snuck away some of the wealth, but that was only a small amount of the total, around 1 trillion in all. And then later, most of that had been taken away by Mo Eversnow's little sister, leaving less than 400 billion at Starbind Bank. As for an ordinary World King Holy Land, even though their liquid capital was normally around 1 to 2 trillion, they could sell a small amount of their fixed assets in exchange for violet sunstones. The true value of their property was definitely above his own. Fortunately, a World King Holy Land was far too large. There was more than one peak disciple, and there was much more to do than attending a single auction. This meant that the wealth of that Holy Land would be scattered about all over. This was his only chance. As Lin Ming was thinking about his own wealth, the bidding price had already dramatically risen to 3.8 trillion. The one who cast this bid was actually Sacred Yuping. 3.8 trillion was equal to the total liquid capital a normal Upper World King Holy Land would have during normal times. But this amount was actually tossed out in a single breath in order to buy just one boundless world pill that helped solidify one's inner world. Once this pill was used, it would be no more. From this, one could see just how much money was required to raise an extreme genius. The wealth required to walk down the martial path surpasses my original expectations. No wonder it's impossible for a top genius to appear amongst the wandering martial artists, and it's no wonder that even a great World King level Holy Land would find it difficult to produce another World King successor after hundreds of thousands or even millions of years. This is why so many World King Holy Lands like the ancient Dragon Clan lack successors. Lin Ming thought to himself. He thought about the true martial Holy Lands. Starbind Bank had already been operating for millions of years, and there were also the many trade associations within immemorial Imperial City that fell underneath the control of the true martial Holy Lands. Just how much wealth had these businesses earned during this time? Perhaps not even the true martial World King was sure. But it was impossible for this wealth to be saved. It had to be spent at ridiculous speeds to help raise the future generations. However, up until now, the true martial Holy Lands had yet to produce a second World King. They had only produced over 100 successors to the true martial World King. In this Divine Realm first martial meeting, the true martial World King had even promised a position of successor for any disciple that obtained certain achievements. And to grow each of these successors cost a massive amount of wealth. Even so, the chances of them becoming a World King in the future weren't high at all. Of course, the true martial World King was still in the prime of his life. It was no problem for him to live for another 1,000,000 years or so. He still had hopes that he would be able to produce a World King before his eventual death. If he could guarantee raising a World King, then let alone several trillion, the true martial World King wouldn't hesitate to spend even dozens or hundreds of trillion. It seems that the reason the ancient Phoenix Clan, Kirin Clan, and Rock Clan haven't raised a World King in all these years is that they are too poor. Lin Ming recalled the ancient Phoenix Clans Xiao Daoji and Hua Burning Heaven. They were both extreme characters of their generation. The totem stones they left behind had filled Lin Ming with inspiration and wisdom. But even then, such characters had been stopped at the half-step World King realm. They hadn't managed to take that last step forward. At that time, Lin Ming had thought this was unbelievable. But now that he thought about it some more, the reason they couldn't take that last step was not because their talent was too poor and not because the foundation they built during Ninefall and the 9 divine shifts was too shaky, but because the ancient Phoenix Clan simply wasn't able to afford it. The basis of the ancient Phoenix Clan was that they had obtained the secret to finding out where the ancient Phoenix underwent nirvana and thus were able to obtain the blood of the ancient Phoenix. However, the ancient Phoenix Clan didn't even have enough of this blood to use, let alone trading it away for resources. As for the ancient Phoenix Clan's resource sites, the most valuable one was the God-Beast Mystic Realm. But, while the God-Beast Mystic Realm was excellent for tempering geniuses and allowing them to find great lucky chances, its ability to produce wealth was still below that of Carefree Island's Red Desolate Mystic Realm. Of the 4 God-Beast clans, only the ancient Dragon Clan had been able to rely on its superior numbers and vastly greater wealth to raise 2 World Kings in the span of 100 million years. Lin Ming could only sigh with emotion as he understood all of this. For a genius, if they couldn't grow because of their lack of talent, then that was their own problem. They had no right to complain, but if they were extremely talented individuals like Xiao Daoji or Hua Burning Heaven, and yet failed to break past their boundaries because of insufficient resources, then that was truly sad. In the entire Divine Realm, there were many people that possessed the talent to become a World King, but lacked the resources to do so. As Lin Ming thought of this, He unconsciously clenched the arm of his seat. No matter what, he would not allow himself to become one of them. This boundless world pill had to be his at all cost. 9 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Honeylush excitedly said from atop the auction stage. Her clear voice easily spread throughout the entire arena. Zhong Wenshu adjusted his position in the higher seats. He was the one to call out a bid of 9 trillion just now. At this time, with such a huge amount of wealth on the line, even someone as arrogant and proud as him found it hard to remain calm. Suddenly, Lin Ming stood up. He shouted out, 5 trillion. What? Zhong Wenshu glared at Lin Ming, fires nearly spouting out from his eyes. The three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Sacred Yuping, Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Yangran, all looked towards Lin Ming. At this time, most of the World King Holy Land disciples that were here had withdrawn from bidding. The only ones left competing were Lin Ming, the Red Bamboo Hat Woman, the three elites of Sacred Martial Mansion, as well as Zhong Wenshu. These were 4 different parties. To raise the price to 5 trillion in a single breath, that brat must be ridiculously rich. Does he really have the ability to obtain the boundless world pill? Or perhaps he's throwing out his total worth in hopes of scaring everyone away? Zhong Wenshu grasped his chair's armrest, his fist constantly clenching and unclenching. His palms were already wet with sweat. 5 trillion began to approach his total wealth. Within Dual Polarity Palace, Zhong Wenshu wasn't the only peak disciple. There were a total of 4, and each of them had a talent similar to the rest, and all 4 of them needed resources. In a situation where Dual Polarity Palace couldn't guarantee that one of these disciples could become a world king, they wouldn't be willing to spend everything they had regardless of how steep the price was. It simply wouldn't be worth it. This was why they had to carefully consider just how much they should invest in their young geniuses. Thus, although Dual Polarity Palace had mobilized a massive amount of wealth by going through various channels and even selling some of the palace master's own treasures, Zhong Wenshu himself had only been able to obtain 5 trillion. Then, after selling everything he possessed and taking as many loans as he could, he was still only at 5 trillion. In fact, in normal circumstances, Dual Polarity Palace wouldn't be willing to support their disciples in purchasing such expensive treasures. If every genius required the best resources on every step of their road of martial arts, Dual Polarity Palace simply wouldn't be able to keep up. 5 trillion. Zhong Wenshu grit his teeth and called out his bid. He had tossed out his complete wealth. At this time, he was no longer able to raise the price a little at a time. If he raised the price by 100 to 200 billion at a time, then his opponent might immediately surpass 5 trillion instead. If that happened, then there would be no way for him to raise the price yet again. He could only bet everything on this last desperate gamble and hope that it would work. After he called out this bidding price, he glared at Lin Ming, his eyes filling with a deep cold killing intent. Brat, I advise you not to go too far. If I'm not wrong, then you do not have a fierce backer supporting you. Do you know what fate you will suffer after obtaining the boundless world pill? Many people will chase you to the ends of the world to kill you and take it. You will die without a burial. If you have a life to buy it, then you won't have a life to use it. Even if you did, you would die later regardless of what happened. Lin Ming had intended to stand up and place another bid when he suddenly heard Zhong Wenshu's threat. He sneered, "How interesting. I've already attracted enough attention today, so what's the point in grabbing a bit more? This auction site has hundreds of thousands of people present. With such a great number of people, there are innumerable individuals that already have dark intentions towards me. If that's true, I might as well go all in and use this boundless world pill to strengthen myself as much as possible and obtain a good result in the first martial meeting. At that time, just who would still think of killing me? Ha 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 ha. What did you say? Unless I'm wrong, you only have a 9th stage life destruction cultivation, and yet you still want to carve a little space for yourself in the first martial meeting. Who do you think you are? A young Empyrean or something? Keep on daydreaming. I'm about to die from laughter. Zhong Wenshu recklessly laughed. If you stop now, then I can protect you. But if you wish to continue fighting with me, then I will have you suffer a fate worse than death. As Lin Ming heard Zhong Wenshu's words, He looked towards him with an unbelievable expression, as if he were watching a clown making a fool of himself. This is the first time in my life hearing such imbecilic and dim-witted words. Seek your protection? Are you expecting me to deliver a piece of meat to you or something? As Lin Ming sent out this true essence sound transmission, he decisively stood up again. He locked his eyes onto Zhong Wenshu's murderous gaze and raised his jade slip, clearly shouting, 6 trillion. These words left the entire audience in an uproar. 6 trillion. That was simply insane. Such a crazy bidding scene left everyone thrilled and aghast. Just what background did this youth have? Lin Ming's words smashed into Zhong Wenshu like a wrecking ball. He felt his chest ache as he nearly vomited blood in anger. He no longer had a chance. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, then you can wait to be surrounded and killed by others. Zhong Wenshu threatened Lin Ming. But the truth was that this wasn't a threat. Everything he said was a fact. At this time, many great influences were ready to thoroughly investigate Lin Ming's status. If Lin Ming didn't have a background, then he would undoubtedly become the target of everyone here. For him to speak such a price was simply far too flashy. Moreover, Lin Ming wasn't like the red bamboo hat woman. He didn't have the protection of a quasi-world king master. 6 trillion. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? Princess Honeylush said, her words coming out in panting gasps. Such a sum of money would even cripple a world king-level holy land for some time. It was incredible to imagine that this amount would actually come from the hands of an unknown youth. Chapter 1164, Divine Pill in Hand. Chapter 1164, Divine Pill in Hand. Grandma. In the lower seats, the red bamboo hat woman began to speak to the old woman beside her with a true essence sound transmission, her voice a bit hurried. The withered old woman deeply looked at Lin Ming and said, "This price is too high. If Grandma is willing to go all in, then I can still purchase it, but you are only at the Divine Sea realm. The road before you is still very long and you have far to grow. If you use resources of this level the entire time, then Grandma simply will not be able to support it. The money I have has to be spent as frugally as possible to buy the most cost-effective goods, rather than such luxurious treasures. Although the Boundless World Pill is good, the effects compared to the price are simply too low. This auction still has other final act items coming up. We should give this one up." The old woman let out a long and deep sigh. At this time, she no longer had a source of income and was only relying on the wealth she had saved up in the past. Even so, it still wasn't enough. "I understand. Grandma, rest assured that even without the Boundless World Pill, I will definitely have a dazzling result in the first martial meeting." The red bamboo woman looked at Lin Ming with discomfort in her eyes. This person only has a 9th stage life destruction cultivation. For him to use the Boundless World Pill is truly a waste. The old woman shook her head. "Don't underestimate anyone. Aya, Grandma is useless. I simply can't help you during your young years." As the old woman spoke, her back seemed to bend even more, emphasizing her age. After this massive jump in the bidding price, the red bamboo hat woman and Zhong Wenshu both withdrew from the bidding. Now, there was only a single influence competing against Lin Ming, the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Sacred Yuping stood up, holding the jade slip in his hand. However, he didn't put in a new bid. His lips moved and he said to Zhong Wenshu with a true essence sound transmission, "Brother Wenshu, an enemy of an enemy is a friend. If Brother Wenshu has already given up on this auction, how about lending us the money instead?" Zhong Wenshu turned to glare at Sacred Yuping. He sneered, "Dream on. You might as well lend me your money instead so that I can continue to compete against Lin Ming." This sort of matter clearly seemed like a joke. How could Zhong Wenshu willingly lend his wealth to someone like Sacred Yuping? Moreover, even if he couldn't buy the Boundless World Pill, he could still save his funds and purchase the next best item in this auction. Sacred Yuping grit his teeth, saying, "We naturally won't let Brother Wenshu suffer a loss here. If Brother Wenshu lends us the funds, we are willing to pay you back with interest double that of Starbind Bank's loaning rate. Not only that, but we will also gift Brother Wenshu a square inch of 9 heavens aged gold. I heard that Brother Wenshu cultivates the metal laws, So after absorbing this 9 heavens aged gold, your cultivation will surely rise to another level. Even if Brother Wenshu cannot purchase the next best item in this auction because of lending us the funds, you still won't suffer a loss. As Sacred Yuping spoke, Zhong Wenshu was truly tempted. You really have 9 heavens aged gold? This sort of thing was extremely rare, but also extremely useful to Zhong Wenshu. Of course. I normally wouldn't be willing to part with this because I was waiting to perceive a second element of laws once I broke through to the divine transformation realm. At the start I thought that the funds I had would be enough, but I never imagined I would bump into such a madman. Now I have no other choice but to cut off my flesh to get over this hurdle. I am already determined to fight to the end. Zhong Wenshu thought for a moment before saying, "Fine, however, I want 3 times the interest, and when borrowing you will need to sign an insurance guarantee with Starbind Bank. Also, the insurance premium will be paid by you." Sacred Yueping's lips twitched as he heard the words insurance premium. The insurance guarantee service that Starbind Bank provided prevented loans from being casually forgotten or ignored. In fact, this was an extremely common matter in the world of martial artists. With Starbind Bank's guarantee, if there was a problem with the loan, then Starbind Bank would be responsible for recovering the loan. And, if Starbind Bank couldn't find the other party, they would pay for the damages. This service required an extremely high insurance premium, and the higher the amount was, the higher the insurance premium went. After Zhong Wenshu put forth these conditions, the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion looked ill. But after being forced to the wall by Lin Ming, this was all they could do. Deal. Sacred Yuping clenched his teeth, feeling blood dripping from his heart. But with Zhong Wenshu helping him, he believed that he could win. 6 trillion going twice. Is there anyone willing to offer a higher bidding price? If not, then this boundless world pill will belong to that young sir. Princess Hunilush clearly said from the auction stage. Sacred Yueping's conversation with Zhong Wenshu had only lasted for several breaths of time. As Princess Hunilush was about to count down a 3rd time, Sacred Yuping suddenly raised the jade slip in his hand and said, 3 trillion. Sacred Yueping's bid immediately caught everyone's attention. Heavens! 3 trillion. At the final stretch, it wasn't the arrogant and haughty Wenshu or the mysterious red bamboo hat woman that remained, but the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion. Lin Ming's eyebrows jumped up. The blood vessels around his temples faintly bulged. 3 trillion was far too close to his limit of 7 trillion. Miss Mo, to refine the esoteric immortality pill, what is the absolute minimum number of dragon bone relics required? Lin Ming began to fear that his own funds were insufficient. 27, it cannot be any less than that. 27, then I can also pawn another 3. If I didn't pawn them but sold them, I could probably obtain a few 100 billion more, Lin Ming rapidly calculated in his mind. If he pawned an item he would only receive around 50 to 60% of the value. If he sold them, he could obtain a much higher price. It was only that Lin Ming was a bit reluctant to sell the dragon bone relics. 5 trillion. Lin Ming raised the bid once more. His voice was grim and dignified. Currently, the bidding price had far surpassed the usual price for a boundless world pill. You brat, you are ruthless enough. As Sacred Yuping looked at Lin Ming, his eyes were incomparably gloomy. 5 trillion. At this point, the rate of increase in the bidding price had dramatically dropped. No one would raise the price by several 100 billion now, only 100 billion or less at a time instead. Adding even 50 billion at this time was a great mental burden on Lin Ming and Sacred Yuping. This was because this money wasn't theirs, but money that they had borrowed from others. Moreover, there was also interest. 6 trillion. Lin Ming lifted his hand once more. Now, it wasn't just Sacred Yuping looking at him with hatred in his eyes, but Lin Ming himself was also glaring at Sacred Yuping with an icy expression. If it weren't for Sacred Yuping, then he could have won the boundless world pill at 6 trillion. If his debt was reduced by 1 trillion, then he could be much more relaxed. 65 trillion. Sacred Yuping stubbornly said, refusing to give up. As the bidding war reached this stage, all that was left over were 2 sides in Lin Ming and Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. The price rose slowly, a bit at a time. This was a great war where not even a single drop of blood would be spilled. Sometimes, the market was more brutal than the battlefield. Lin Ming's eyes suddenly shined with a sharp light. He raised the jade slip in his hand once more, took a deep breath and shouted out loud, 7 trillion. 7 trillion. He had increased the bid by 350 billion in a single breath. This sudden bid left the several 100,000 people in the auction venue completely dumbfounded. Beside Lin Ming, even River Feather was gawking at him with disbelief. He couldn't understand just what Lin Ming had pawned. All of the ordinary Holy Land disciples were also staring at Lin Ming, unsure of what expression to make. In this final moment, the reason that Lin Ming had raised the bid by so much at once was because he wanted to completely rout Sacred Yueping's confidence in a single strike. If Sacred Yuping raised the price once more, then Lin Ming would have to sell the 3 dragon bone relics as well as the 6 dragon relics he pawned before. At that time he would have another 400 to 500 billion. Not just that, but Lin Ming also had some Thunder Dao fruits. Although they were far inferior to the dragon bone relics in value, even the weight of a straw was noticeable at this point. As long as Sacred Yuping increased the price once more, Lin Ming would shout out a bid of 7.5 trillion and desperately risk everything. If he couldn't defeat Sacred Yuping, then Lin Ming could only give up. 7 trillion. 7 trillion. Is there a higher bid? Princess Hunilush fervently said. Sacred Yueping's forehead was dripping wet with sweat. He was constantly re-evaluating his own wealth in his mind. This was 7 trillion. If he really added up all of Zhong Wanshu's wealth, then their combined funds would absolutely surpass Lin Ming's. Sacred Yuping didn't doubt this at all. But this money was all borrowed. In particular, for the 2 trillion he borrowed from Zhong Wanshu, not only would he have to pay it back with a sky-high interest rate and 9 heavens-aged gold, but just the insurance premium meant that he would have to pay Starbind Bank another 200 billion. Being a martial artist was an extremely high-risk career. Perhaps a few years later the borrowers might be dead. Thus, for guarantee, with such high risks, the charges were appropriately high. Moreover, in order to continue bidding to this point, he had done so with the support of Sacred Tianhao and Sacred Yangran. He still had to pay them back. Where would Sacred Yuping obtain that much wealth? Also, Lin Ming might even put forth a higher bid. Even if he could win with a 7.05 trillion bid, he would have far too many problems in the future. There was no way he could make ends meet, and with the price having gone this high, it was now a question whether or not the Boundless World pill was worth it. In the end, this sort of top luxury item should be used by someone like a peak disciple from an Empyrean-level influence. As a disciple of an ordinary world king Holy Land, he couldn't afford to take the Boundless World pill. This was just like a poor mortal commoner borrowing some silver to eat steamed pork buns. This was already a luxury. But, if that commoner instead borrowed silver to eat shark fin and bird nest soup, then while they could still eat it, it would be extremely stupid behavior. Sacred Yuping fidgeted, wanting to raise the jade slip in his hand again. But in the end, he kept it down. Princess Hunilush's voice echoed in his ears, seeming incomparably distant. 7 trillion, going once. Is there anyone that would like to put in a higher bid? 7 trillion going twice. If no one bids, then this Boundless World pill will belong to that young sir over there. 7 trillion going thrice. Deal. Congratulations, sir. With a bid of 7 trillion you have won the Boundless World pill. Princess Hunilush looked at Lin Ming, a brilliant light pouring out of her eyes. This youth was truly filled with mysteries. She wondered, just how would he resolve all the troubles that would follow the approaching storm after this auction? In the massive venue of several hundreds of thousands of people, no one applauded, as if a pall of silence had fallen over everyone. Lin Ming sat straight in his chair, his body stiff and rigid. His palms were slightly wet with sweat. At least, he didn't have to throw out his last desperate bid. This reduced the burden on Lin Ming by a great deal. Bidding 7 trillion was still a reasonably acceptable result to him. "BB brother Lin, do you really have that much money?" River Feather gulped as he looked at Lin Ming. He felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. Chapter 1165, Crazy cultivation. Chapter 1165, Crazy cultivation. The auction for the Boundless World pill has already ended, but everyone need not feel regret. This is because there are a total of 10 items in our auction finale, and each one of them is a rare and precious treasure. There is always another chance. Now, we shall begin the auction for the second item. On the auction stage, Princess Honeylush spoke with gusto. However, not many people agreed with her words. For the last 9 items of the auction finale, many people had gone through their networks of information and learned what they were. Besides the last item perhaps having a final bid of $1 trillion, the other items likely wouldn't surpass 300 billion. 100 billion violet sunstones was already an extremely exaggerated number. And at this time, Lin Ming didn't plan on staying and watching the rest of the auction. He stood up and directly walked to the back of the stage. According to the rules, one could pay as soon as their auction ended. Lin Ming intended to take the Boundless World pill as soon as possible and leave the auction venue. The other items remaining had nothing to do with him. Lin Ming's departure caught the attention of many people. There were several icy cold gazes on him, as sharp and bright as shining blades. Lin Ming could feel these eyes piercing through his back like razor-sharp arrows. He didn't need to turn his head to know just who was looking at him. Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies, Zhong Wenshu, and even that red bamboo hat woman. All of them were looking at him with utter antipathy. The market was like a battlefield. If you stabbed someone on the battlefield with a sword, how could you not draw the envy and hatred of others? Lin Ming, I want to see just what result you'll have in the first martial meeting after eating up the Boundless World pill. I hope that you aren't eliminated early. The qualifying martial artists of Immemorial Imperial City should all be assigned to the same area. Hey, at that time I'll play with you until you're crippled and begging on the ground. Just wait until you get kicked out from the first martial meeting. Those who chase after you will blot out the skies. Sacred Yuping and Zhong Wenshu's voices resounded in Lin Ming's ears. Lin Ming didn't even bother with them, instead moving straight to the exit. As Lin Ming left, there were even some people that intentionally or unintentionally followed him. Lin Ming, there are some people following you. River Feather said from beside Lin Ming, his heart racing. He could feel that these fellows following from behind clearly didn't have good intentions. Lin Ming maintained his composure. He sneered, saying, "These people are only clowns. They are waiting for me to leave Immemorial Imperial City, but even if I left Immemorial Imperial City, these people would barely qualify as cannon fodder. And they think they can divide the soup. How ridiculous." Lin Ming ignored them. He had already rented out a training room in Immemorial Imperial City. This training room was located at the Imperial City Auction House and was one of their many services. Lin Ming only had a general idea of Imperial City Auction House's background. Part of it was owned by the true martial Holy Lands. As for the rest, Lin Ming wasn't too sure. It was possibly some reclusive great expert or disciple of some Empyrean. In short, this was an organization that no one in true martial world dared to move against. He would have absolute safety inside. Guest number 235187, please show your identification jade slip, as well as 7 trillion violet sunstones or 700 million violet sun crystals. If you are currently lacking the funds, you can pawn some treasures. Lin Ming waved his hand and over 60,000 violet sun crystal cards left his spatial ring. These were the highest currency crystal cards that Starbind Bank had. Every crystal card was worth 100 million and could be exchanged for violet sun crystals or pills. Afterwards, Lin Ming waved his hand again and pile after pile of purple crystal mountains appeared. All of these purple crystal mountains were formed from violet sunstones and violet sun crystals. Luckily, the minor dimension of this auction room was large enough and could easily hold these several giant crystal mountains. However, the truth was that even though these crystal mountains seemed terrifying, they were only worth about 150 billion violet sunstones. These were the wealth left behind by Splinter Soul Mountain and the occult Bone Clan. As River Feather looked at this amount of wealth, he was stunned. Just where had Lin Ming obtained so much money? Actually, up until now, He still hadn't been able to determine if Lin Ming came from some secretive great background or if he had simply stumbled upon some ridiculous lucky chance. "Count it," Lin Ming said. To count 7 trillion violet sunstones, even a martial artist with an extremely fast soul perception would have trouble taking full inventory in a short time. And it was even more difficult to calculate the value of those material violet sunstones. The auction house sent out 10 treasury managers that used a full hour to count before they finished. "Here is your boundless world pill." A middle-aged man with a bright smile plastered on his face presented a jade box to Lin Ming. After opening it, the boundless world pill flew up and danced in the air. A rainbow glow of light filled the air, shooting into the distance. "This is it," Mo Eversnow said to Lin Ming. Although she believed in the reputation of the auction house, she still investigated it thoroughly. Lin Ming waved his hand and the boundless world pill was placed into the extreme violet ring. "I previously reserved the Sky-class training chamber with a 1/10 flow change at the auction house. Could you lead me there?" Lin Ming politely asked. The Sky-class training chamber was one of the most expensive cultivation rooms in the auction house. The time there was slowed to a rate of 1/10. If he trained there for 3 months, it would be 2.5 years. "Of course." The middle-aged man faintly smiled as he extended his hand. "Sir, if you will." The middle-aged man brought Lin Ming to a long corridor. On both sides of this corridor were a number of stone doors. Every door was carved with all sorts of mysterious and strange runes. This was a time array formation that changed the flow of time in every training chamber. "This is the room. Please enter." The middle-aged man nodded towards a training chamber with a red and purple door and extended his hand in invitation. Lin Ming turned towards River Feather. "Thank you, Brother River, for accompanying me here. I would like to suggest that Brother River also finds a chamber here to train in. If they cannot find me, there might be a chance that they do something to you instead. Although you have the protection of your family, many of these people probably won't take that into consideration. Compared to these World King level influences, the ordinary Holy Land level River family was just far too small and weak." "Okay." This was River Feather's plan to begin with. Then, Lin Ming entered the training chamber alone. The reason he chose this training chamber was because it was a training ground for thunder and fire. After entering the training chamber, the scenery suddenly changed. Lin Ming arrived in a different space with lava flowing all around him. As for himself, he was standing at the summit of a giant mountain. Dark crimson chains wrapped around the mountain peak, each link as thick as a grown man's thigh. One end of the dark crimson chains wrapped around the mountain peak and the other extended hundreds of thousands of feet into the sky, sinking into the clouds for an unknowable distance. Below the mountain peak, volcanoes erupted all over the land, gushing forth fresh heated lava. And high above Lin Ming's head, dark clouds surged with purple thunder roiling within them. In front of Lin Ming, just 10 miles away, a massive bronze furnace floated in the air. This furnace was the size of a palace, and as countless bolts of thunder struck against it, sparks of divine light and earth-shaking rumbles filled the heavens. The flames beneath were also sucked up by this furnace, constantly flowing into it. After being burnt for countless years, this furnace had been seared fire red. This was a spirit artifact treasure furnace. It was also masterless. Every training chamber of this rank was generally provided with a furnace like this. The reason that Lin Ming had chosen the Sky-class training chamber was in no small part because he had taken notice of this alchemy furnace. With Mo Eversnow's strength and her power of laws, she could certainly activate the powers of the spirit artifact alchemy furnace. Of course, this would inevitably consume a portion of Mo Eversnow's soul force. Luckily, Lin Ming had won the bidding for the 9-aperture spirit crystal before this. The 9-aperture spirit crystal was a type of soul medicine that could nourish spirits. If the 9-aperture spirit crystal could nourish artifact spirits, then it could also revitalize a person's soul to a certain degree. If one's soul force was weakened, they could recover by eating a tiny piece of the 9-aperture spirit crystal. This is the training chamber of thunder and fire. The dual thunder and fire origin energies here are indeed extremely rich. This is truly worthy of being called the Sky-class training chamber. In truth, the stone door that Lin Ming had passed through earlier was a transmission array. The transmission array had led to this different world. This different world was not a divergent mystic realm, nor was it a man-made dimensional realm. Rather, it was one of the countless tiny worlds that were located in the gaps between the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. This tiny world had been explored and refined by the Imperial Capital Auction House, becoming an absolute separate world space. It was completely safe to train here. Such a place suited Lin Ming the most. Great. Now we can begin the crazy cultivation. Facing the vast and boundless force of nature in this training place, Lin Ming felt his blood begin to seethe with excitement, his heroic and daring spirit soaring into the heaven. For the first martial meeting happening 3 months from now, he had absolute confidence in himself. Whoosh! All of the alchemy materials were taking out from the extreme violet ring by Mo Eversnow. These materials floated in the air and included the violet sunstone embryo as well as the 30 dragon bone relic. Lin Ming, I will first refine the esoteric immortality pill. It will probably take around 2 months for me to finish. In the meantime, you can train here as you wish and gather your strength. You must cultivate your world seed to prepare for breaking into the divine sea. Mo Eversnow floated in the skies. Her white dress danced around her pale and bare feet and her long hair was whipped up in the wind. Combined with the apocalyptic scenery around her, she looked like a lost immortal fairy, ready to return to the winds at any moment. All right. Lin Ming didn't waste time speaking and left everything in Mo Eversnow's hands. He shot outwards, turning into a beam of light moving through the rich thunder and fire origin energy of this world. Within this vast land of heaven and earth origin energy, the heretical god seedling greedily absorbed all of the available energy around it. Lin Ming grasped the phoenix blood spear and wildly twisted around. With himself and his spear, it was like he was fighting against the world itself. After Lin Ming reached Ninefall, there were far too many laws within him that he needed to meditate on and also far too much energy that he needed to thoroughly master. As long as he had a place to train and improve himself, then given time, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds. Blue Lotus Flame Dance. Lin Ming thrust his spear outwards and an incredible scene followed it. Deep in the rivers of fire below, waves of lava tumbled into the area and began swirling up into a giant whirlpool. And within the center of this whirlpool, a blue lotus flower was born, slowly blooming within the monstrous flames. I have to fuse the 4th concept of fire into the first 3 concepts of fire. Although the altered time flow here will create some obstacles in perceiving the concepts, I can still overcome them. Lin Ming constantly thrust out his spear. The blue lotus flower soon grew to be hundreds of feet tall, as if this lotus flower were holding up the heavens, and in the skies, the white-dressed Mo Eversnow floated in the wind. All of the materials for refining the esoteric immortality pill had been placed into the spirit artifact furnace by her. She began the long process of refining. This giant bronze furnace could gather the limitless power of fire sealed within the world. The flames were incomparably hot, blazing without end. Besides the violet sunstone embryo and dragon bone relics, everything that entered instantly turned into liquid before being absorbed by the violet sunstone embryo. Chapter 1166. Opening the Gate of Life. Chapter 1166. Opening the Gate of Life. Time marched on. If 3 days went by outside, 1 month would have passed for Lin Ming. Imperceptibly, half a month passed. In the spirit artifact alchemy furnace, the violet sunstone embryo had completely melted. The dragon bone relics fused into it, forming a golden liquid that spilled out light in all directions. At the start, this ball of fluid was over a foot in diameter. Then, as it was slowly roasted by flames, the ball of liquid became increasingly small and concentrated. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The furnace shook. All around the body of the furnace, strange and ancient patterns lit up as if they were coming to life. These patterns took the likeness of wild great animals with long fangs, sharp claws, and one could even faintly make out the sound of horrendous roars coming from the furnace. This furnace is like a living creature. Lin Ming turned his head in surprise as he heard the roaring from the furnace become increasingly clear. Then, he immediately relaxed. As a spirit artifact, this furnace naturally had an artifact spirit within it. Although this was not a true source artifact spirit but a false artifact spirit, often a false artifact spirit wasn't any worse than a true one. The greatest shortcoming of a false artifact spirit was that it couldn't grow on its own. The only way was if one fused in a rare heavenly material like a 9-aperture spirit crystal to forcefully enhance it. And in terms of true quality, many false artifact spirits were of an extremely high rank. This was because when these artifact spirits were sealed into the spirit artifact, they were already extremely powerful. This was a reasonable matter. If a Supreme Elder were refining their life spirit artifact, why would they not choose some powerful mystic creature as its source? If an Empyrean-level Supreme Elder were to capture a god-beast's soul and transform it into an artifact spirit, then it was even possible to refine a transcendent spirit treasure. This spirit artifact furnace's artifact spirit was created by a Supreme Elder who had killed an ancient blue-eyed crystal beast and used its soul. The fierce patterns along the furnace were also formed by the blue-eyed crystal beast. This caused the furnace to have an extremely tyrannical and savage aura after it was completed. The blazing flames it produced were incomparably hot, burning away the heavens. The impurities were constantly melted away as the essence of the mixture became increasingly concentrated. Day by day, the originally foot-wide ball of golden liquid slowly shrank to 3 inches. During this time, the 9-aperture spirit crystal floated by the top of Mo Eversnow's head. Faint lines of refreshing energy and mist fell down from the 9-aperture spirit crystal, slowly fusing into Mo Eversnow's soul form. The faint light revitalized her body the entire time. Without the 9-aperture spirit crystal, even though Mo Eversnow would have been able to finish the refinement of the pill, it would have been an enormous drain on the power of her divine soul. After all, she was unable to use true essence and had to move materials around with her soul force. Alchemy was already exhausting work, but she had to pay a cost several times that of an ordinary martial artist. In these past days, the 9-aperture spirit crystal's volume shrank by 1/10. Mo Eversnow lifted her hand and tossed several 100,000-year-old medicinal herbs into the furnace. These were medicinal herbs that Lin Ming had found in the extreme violet ring when he had been exploring the Temple of Marvels. Now, Mo Eversnow used the essence of these herbs to nourish the esoteric immortality pill. A top-grade pill had a certain wisdom of its own. It could eat food by absorbing the essence of medicinal herbs. What Mo Eversnow was doing now was using the essence of these medicinal herbs to feed the esoteric immortality pill. Underneath the scorching heat, these 100,000-year-old herbs rapidly dried up. As they withered away, the liquid essence gushed out of them, constantly merging into the violet sunstone embryo's golden liquid. Soon, the multicolored essence of these medicinal herbs had been completely absorbed. After the ball of golden liquid absorbed this essence, it became even more dazzling and more concentrated, shrinking down to the size of a small egg. The ball of liquid gradually transitioned to a half-solid state. The divine pill was almost formed. Time passed a day at a time. Lin Ming had already been in the training area for nearly 2 months. Whoosh! A beam of purple light suddenly cut across the skies. At that moment, all of the power of thunder within the skies seemed to gather in a single spot. Mountains and rivers split apart and a massive fissure was cracked open in the earth, causing lava to spew out into the world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Volcanoes erupted. Endless amounts of lava flooded outwards like countless galloping horses, causing even the earth to shake. In such an apocalyptic environment, Lin Ming flew high in the air. The spear strike just now had crossed 100 miles, causing even the space around it to tremble. Beneath him, the rock that was harder than mortal steel was torn apart like cloth, causing a 100-mile-long valley to form. Kyla. Thunder tumbled, dancing around like manic purple snakes. Thick arcs of electricity twined around Lin Ming, moving up and down his body. At this moment, Lin Ming seemed like a god of thunder. Lin Ming looked at the long spear in his hands, feeling his body filling with strength. The source of the power he felt flowing through his body now was completely different from before. In the past, Lin Ming's strength had come from constantly perceiving the laws, and then using his own true essence to spur the power of laws, transforming heaven and earth origin energy into his own weapon to fight. During this process, Lin Ming had always felt that his own strength was far too minuscule and weak. As for the world laws, they were incomparably massive, causing all who stood before them to kneel in awe. But this time was completely different. Lin Ming felt that the power of laws he used just now had not come from him meditating on them, but from his own body. In that moment, Lin Ming could feel his own body become one with the world. The world laws naturally flowed out from his flesh, blood, and organs. It was like his body had been condensed from the laws, and when he used these laws to control heaven and earth origin energy, he didn't feel the jerky feeling he did before. Now everything seemed to flow smoothly and perfectly. Such a feeling was far too wonderful. To think I touched upon the threshold of fusing the thunder law's first 3 concepts of thunder so quickly. Although my thunder laws are inferior to my fire laws, they are still slowly evening out. Moreover, I can faintly feel a new power brewing within me. At the Sky Spill continent, Lin Ming had once trained for years before fighting Yang Yun. He had studied the thunder concept jade slip that the electric violet Kirin clan's Jiang Ziji had left behind and had perceived the first 3 concepts of the thunder laws from them: the power of death, the power of life, and the concept of extreme speed. However, Lin Ming's understandings towards these 3 concepts weren't particularly deep, and he had been unbelievably far from ever hoping to fuse them together. But now, he had already traced the threshold of fusing them. These last 2 months of training were equal to nearly a year within Fire Spirit Star. Of course, this didn't mean that Imperial City Auction House's training areas were of a higher quality than Fire Spirit Star. Rather, when Lin Ming had broken into Ninefall, a massive amount of the world laws had been integrated into his body. Now, all he had to do was sense them in order to rapidly master them. Lin Ming, you've done well. Your Ninefall crossed 33 layered heavens, and the 9x9 life destruction you experienced has brought you unimaginable benefits. This is the combined contribution of the Magic Cube, 2 Transcendent Divine Mites, Gold Grand Mist Battle Spirit, and also that Transcendent Divine Pill Demon Bead replica. Only by combining all of these factors together were you able to achieve what you have now. I would venture a guess that even a descendant of an Empyrean would not have a more perfect life destruction than you. Your Ninefall is singular and unique, allowing you to experience heavenly tribulation 9 times. Moreover, because you managed to cross heavenly tribulation, to a certain degree you have become someone that lives partially outside the rules of the heavenly Tao and controls your own destiny. In fact, you should be able to control the heavenly Tao laws to a certain extent. Of course, your cultivation is far, far too low. Even if you did, it would be nothing worth mentioning at all. Mo Eversnow said, suddenly appearing in front of Lin Ming. She hadn't said a single exaggerated word. Lin Ming's current body, in terms of laws, could even be compared with a god beast. A god beast was the beloved of the natural laws. Their bones were carved with the laws and their flesh and blood were fused with law runes. Their organs were able to commune with the world, forming a 5-element grand array. Their bodies were not what human bodies could compare with. They were like amalgamations of the heavenly Tao, capable of directly accessing and using the power of the world. If a god-beast's strength didn't mainly rely on their talent while their ability to learn was extremely poor, then they would have even surpassed human Empyreans. And now, Lin Ming had a perception equal to a monstrous genius, and he also had a body that could compare with a god-beast in the aspect of laws. If Lin Ming continued cultivating body transformation in the future and was capable of enhancing his body until it was just as powerful as a god-beast's body, then he would become like a humanoid god-beast that was also skilled at learning and cultivating. Miss Mo, have you finished refining the pill? Lin Ming was startled to see Mo Eversnow. In these past months, Mo Eversnow had sealed her senses and isolated herself from the world. Now that she suddenly appeared again, presumably the pill should be finished or almost finished. Yes. Mo Eversnow pointed a finger. Lin Ming turned and saw the alchemy furnace still floating between the heavens and earth as before. Endless amounts of fire still gathered towards it. The bottom was roasted red even as countless bolts of lightning smashed into it from the sky, recklessly baptizing it with thunder and fire. This sort of feeling was similar to heavenly tribulation. Of course, Lin Ming knew that the esoteric immortality pill was impossibly far from quickening its own heavenly tribulation. Only when a transcendent divine pill appeared would such a phenomenon occur. Let alone a transcendent divine pill, the esoteric immortality pill was far inferior to the boundless world pill. Flames burned, thunder swelled. The furnace gathered more and more strength. Finally, it reached a critical point and erupted. The lid of the furnace popped off and a pigeon egg-sized golden red pill flew out, as if it wanted to escape from the world. Lin Ming was already prepared. His body moved and his extreme speed erupted. He instantly appeared in front of the esoteric immortality pill and caught it. He had succeeded in obtaining this divine pill. In his hands, this pill was boiling hot and extremely heavy. Lin Ming felt like what he caught wasn't a pill, but the reduced essence of a blazing fire star. Lin Ming, you already have the jade slip of the Celestial Tyrant Manual and you should have improved your understandings of it in these past days. Now, follow the method of revolving the energy within your body according to the Celestial Tyrant Manual. Have it flow through the threshold of life and death and attack the gate of life. With your current foundation, there shouldn't be any problems at all. In addition, I perceived that fragmented bone slip from before. I discovered that there was an outline to an ancient body transformation technique within it. Although it was far too incomplete, I was able to glean a new discovery from it. Millimeter? What discovery? Lin Ming asked, surprised. If Mo Eversnow's voice and expression were so serious, then this harvest shouldn't be small at all. Chapter 1167, Divine Spear Like Dragon. Chapter 1167, Divine Spear Like Dragon. Mo Eversnow used her mind to control the small bone slip, bringing it floating out into the air. This bone slip fragment didn't appear to be special at all. If it had been placed in a street stall and not auctioned off at a trade fair, then it would have been difficult for Lin Ming to discover anything strange about it. Mo Eversnow said, "This bone slip has a cultivation method recorded within it. It includes the 6 early stages of body transformation, the 8 inner hidden gates, and the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The details about the 9 stars of the Tao Palace are called the 9-star art. According to this bone slip, after one practices the 9-star art and truly opens of the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, a martial artist can commune with the world around them, just like an essence-gathering martial artist can. They can galvanize a type of energy using the world laws. This energy is called astral essence." "Astral essence?" Lin Ming asked, startled. This was the first time he had ever heard of this sort of energy. Astral essence and true essence are 2 sides of energy, similar to how grand mist energy divided into yin and yang energies. I have a faint premonition that the secrets of astral essence are related to how to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace. The secrets to opening the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, Lin Ming thought for a moment. It was a pity that this bone slip was far too incomplete. If he wanted to understand all of these secrets, then he would have to rely on his own efforts to do so. The 9 stars of the Tao Palace was an extremely distant matter. Currently, Lin Ming hadn't even fully opened the 8 inner hidden gates. And the final 2 of the 8 inner hidden gates were extraordinary. They were equal to half a large boundary in body transformation. The first 6 gates of the 8 inner hidden gates could enhance various attributes of the human body. But in terms of increasing one's comprehensive combat strength, they were inferior to the gate of life and the gate of death. The gate of life was located at the heart and controlled the power of life. After opening the gate of life, a martial artist's fires of life would be incomparably vibrant and vivid. Their flesh, blood, organs, all of it would be able to regenerate at incredible rates. Even one's blood vitality and fires of life, as long as they didn't suffer some injury past 50%, could still be slowly restored. This sounded like a gate that could increase a martial artist's defensive and recovery abilities, but it wasn't so. The most vital role of the gate of life lay in its attack potential. To be able to regenerate one's blood vitality and fires of life was an absolutely monstrous ability. For a martial artist, their life source was extremely fragile. Once their fires of life weakened or they lost their blood essence, that often meant that their life force would diminish, their bodies would wither, and they would become increasingly feeble until they even dropped realms. To think of advancing further in the future in such a state was an absolute impossibility. There were many wounds that could do this. For instance, the master of that red bamboo hat woman that Lin Ming had seen at the Imperial City auction was one such case. She had likely reached the World King realm, but because of some grievous injury she suffered, she had dropped boundaries. But after Lin Ming opened the gate of life, as long as he didn't lose over half of his blood vitality or fires of life, then he could slowly restore himself. This allowed him to use a singular move in future battles, an overwhelming one that others rarely used. That was to combust one's blood essence. Once a martial artist combusted their blood essence, they could use their life force as a source of strength and instantly increase their combat strength to another level. In a time of crisis, if a martial artist burnt 30 to 40% of their blood essence, they could completely turn the tide of battle. Lin Ming sat down on a nameless mountain peak. The pigeon egg-sized esoteric immortality pill was grasped in his hands and the phoenix blood spear was stabbed into a deep red rock in front of him. On top of the phoenix blood spear there was a baby-shaped spirit crystal. This was the 9-aperture spirit crystal. After Mo Eversnow used the 9-aperture spirit crystal, it had shrunk to 1/8 of its original size. Now the rest would be used to nourish the phoenix blood spear's artifact spirit. Whoosh! Lin Ming suddenly extracted the phoenix blood spear and without flinching, violently thrust it at his chest. The sharp phoenix blood spear pierced through his body, cutting through his ribs and finally tearing into his heart. Blood splashed out into the air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Ming drew out the phoenix blood spear. With his other hand, he thrust the esoteric immortality pill into the gaping wound, directly into the opening he had cut in his heart. He submerged the pill into his heart and allowed it to fuse with him. According to the records contained within the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the esoteric immortality pill had to be sealed within the heart. The gate of life was located in the heart. Once the esoteric immortality pill was sealed into the heart, the medicinal potency within would be washed out using the flow of blood. The energy within it would be activated, allowing him to flush through the gate of life in a single go. The pain of a pierced heart wasn't much to Lin Ming in comparison to all he had experienced so far. But as the power of the esoteric immortality pill erupted, Lin Ming felt his body shake. It was like a heavy hammer smashed into his heart, nearly causing his heart to stop beating. A massive amount of energy had exploded in Lin Ming's heart. This sort of impact force could be imagined. However, up until now, Lin Ming had experienced the impact of many brutal and tyrannical pills. In addition, after swallowing the dragon marrow, absorbing the supreme dragon bone, and opening the 6th of the 8 inner hidden gates, his body had nearly reached an imperishable diamond state. If a normal essence gathering system martial artist were to allow the power within the esoteric immortality pill to erupt in their heart would have exploded into pieces. And at this time, in front of Lin Ming, Mo Eversnow used her battle spirit to activate the 9-aperture spirit crystal. She drew out fire from the spirit artifact furnace to ignite the spirit crystal. The 9-aperture spirit crystal began to slowly soften. Mo Eversnow flicked her fingers and 3 dragon bone relics flew into the 9-aperture spirit crystal. Everything was being heated up together. These dragon bone relics were the remainders left over after she had finished refining the esoteric immortality pill. In order to refine the esoteric immortality pill, 27 dragon bone relics was enough. Mo Eversnow didn't waste any extra. With these 3 leftover dragon bone relics, she began to refine their essence within the flames to fuse them into the phoenix blood spear. The artifact spirit within the phoenix blood spear had been personally formed by Lin Ming. Moreover, this artifact spirit had gone through the baptism of heavenly tribulation together with Lin Ming. The quality of it was extremely high. Once it grew in the future, it would definitely be capable of being Lin Ming's life spirit treasure. The 3 dragon bone relics had already been slowly melted for 2 months in the fires of the furnace. Now they were quickly fused into the phoenix blood spear without the least bit of resistance. Sword like jade, saber like tiger, spear like dragon. Once a spear gained its own mind and wisdom, it would be like an azure dragon soaring out of the ocean, roaming into the highest heavens, unstoppable. The characteristics of the dragon bone relics just happened to perfectly suit a spear. To fuse them into a spear spirit was the best use of them. In addition, the phoenix blood spear also contained phoenix blood. This fused well with dragon bone. Dragon and phoenix soaring together, complementing each other's strength. Thus this fusion had gone smoothly, beyond any expectations. Roar! A resounding dragon's cry savagely impacted into the horizon. The phoenix blood spear violently trembled, and then the entire spear shot into the sky, diving into the dark clouds. For a time, countless purple arcs of thunder smashed into the phoenix blood spear, dancing around it like a flurry of purple snakes. Roar! The resonant dragon's cry emerged once more, echoing between the heavens and the earth. Within the world, the faint image of an azure dragon phantom appeared. One could see flashing blue dragon scales, dragon horn, and dragon claws, all of it overflowing with a lifelike chill. After fusing with the 3 dragon bone relics and the 9 aperture spirit crystal, the phoenix blood spear had undergone another evolution. Whoosh! The phoenix blood spear shot down from the highest heavens, crashing towards the earth like a raging meteor. The extreme speed caused friction with the air, and a tail of blazing flames followed the descent of the spear. With a rumbling sound, the phoenix blood spear broke through a mountain peak, thrusting deep underground and causing lava and flames to spew forth. What a wonderful spear! Even the hard-to-impress Mo Eversnow couldn't help but cry out in praise. The truth was that all in all, the rank of the phoenix blood spear could only be considered a medium-grade spirit artifact. This was because the materials used to forge the body of the phoenix blood spear weren't too good and the spear spirit hadn't fully grown. But, with the phoenix blood spear having undergone tempering through heavenly tribulation, a great deal of the power of heavenly tribulation had been retained within the spear shaft. Also, the source spear spirit was not what other spirit artifact spirits could compare with. As Lin Ming grew, the phoenix blood spear would also grow. It was hard to estimate just how much it could continue growing. Mo Eversnow no longer paid attention to the phoenix blood spear. She turned to look at Lin Ming. At this time, Lin Ming's entire body was covered in hazy golden light. He seemed like a golden Buddha, making it hard for one to look straight towards him. Opening the gate of life wasn't easy. There were enormous risks associated with taking the esoteric immortality pill. In the past, Mo Eversnow herself had taken this pill, so she was well aware of just what its effects were like. Of course, the foundation of Lin Ming's mortal body was better than hers in the past. Thus, Mo Eversnow never worried that Lin Ming would experience some accident in opening the gate of life. And looking at him now, the situation was much better than she expected. Mo Eversnow's vision pierced through Lin Ming. She could see the inner workings of his body, his flesh and his blood. She could see the fires of life burning within him like a raging conflagration, a flaming mountain so great and high it seemed that it would scorch the skies. As Mo Eversnow saw this, a rare smile crossed her face. Lin Ming's talent was much better than she had estimated. Perhaps, he really might be able to open the 9 stars of the Tao Palace, achieving the peak in both the essence gathering and body transformation system. I have no idea just what state he will be able to reach in the future, Mo Eversnow whispered to herself. Her eyes grew increasingly bright. Her goal was to have Lin Ming become an Empyrean in the future. This ambition was incredibly enormous, even impossible. If others were to learn of it, they would certainly scoff at her hubris. Without mentioning anything else, even someone who became the champion of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would only have a suffocatingly slim hope of becoming an Empyrean in the future. And in Mo Eversnow's opinion, it was hard to tell what result Lin Ming would obtain, whether that was top 10, top 5, or even higher. Of course, this was also because Lin Ming was far too young. Compared to the average age of the young elites entering the First Martial Meeting, he would be around 10 years younger. Boom, 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 boom. Lin Ming's heartbeat reverberated through the world. The sound became increasingly loud and increasingly strong. At the start it was like a heavy drum, but then it slowly transformed into a rolling thunderclap. Finally, every beat of Lin Ming's heart caused the earth to shake and lava to gush forth. The mountain peak that Lin Ming sat on began to crack. Countless bits of rock tumbled down the mountain as a cloud of dust rose. Every time blood passed through his heart, it would wash out a massive amount of energy. This energy nourished the entirety of Lin Ming's body. This state continued for several hours. Slowly, the energy within Lin Ming reached the limit. The pigeon egg-sized esoteric immortality pill had shrunk to the size of a fingernail. At this time, the rest of the esoteric immortality pill cracked apart. With an explosive ringing sound, energy erupted from all over. The mountain peak that Lin Ming sat on collapsed. Lin Ming let out a loud and happy cry, his howls reaching through the skies and washing away all the clouds. At this moment, he had opened the seventh of the 8 inner hidden gates, the Gate of Life. Chapter 1168, Elementary Transcendent Divine Might. Chapter 1168, Elementary Transcendent Divine Might. Great. Awesome. Ha ha ha. Lin Ming boisterously laughed out loud. At this moment, he felt an explosive power filling his body. His blood boiled within him, like a rushing river from an unleashed dam, surging with unlimited vitality. To compare a thin and slender blood vessel to a river seemed exaggerated, but in truth it wasn't at all. In the common folktales, when the greatest god of all underwent nirvana and remade the new universe, his body turned into all of life. His eyes became the sun and the moon, and the blood that flowed within him turned into rivers and oceans. Although this was only a legend, it wasn't completely baseless. This was because if someone could obtain Lin Ming's blood vessels now and refine them, they could create a river of flowing blood gushing forwards endlessly. It could be said that Lin Ming's entire body was now a treasure. The supreme dragon bone had been fused into his bones, engraving runes onto the surface that recorded the heavenly Tao laws. His flesh was integrated with law runes that contained the highest truths of the world. His blood and marrow were filled with phoenix essence, allowing him to communicate with heaven and earth origin energy with ease. His organs and fascia had already been tempered continuously with energy, making them as firm as divine iron. When Lin Ming was born, his martial talent had only been subpar at best. Now, his current body's martial talent had reached the levels of a monstrous genius. Phoenix Blood Spear. Lin Ming gave a loud shout and the Phoenix Blood Spear shot out from the ruptured earth, turning into a beam of red light that fell into his hand. With the spear in his hand, Lin Ming immediately felt a close and comforting feeling, as if his own flesh and blood were with him. In this moment, the Phoenix Blood Spear was no longer a weapon but a part of his body, an extension of his arm. Hum. The Phoenix Blood Spear trembled in excitement, emitting whistling sounds. Lin Ming felt the strength within his body reach the peak, as if he would explode if he didn't let it loose. Strength, surging like a tsunami, blood, boiling like lava. Lin Ming bit down on the tip of his tongue and forced out blood essence, spurting it on top of the Phoenix Blood Spear. In this instant, he had burnt 20% of his blood essence. A powerful strength gained at the cost of burning his blood essence was completely poured into Lin Ming's body. In that instant, his strength suddenly soared. The heretical god force also erupted. He had now reached a level of strength countless times the limit of life destruction. The world seed within Lin Ming's dantian trembled as if it would break apart and become a world of its own. All of his strength was poured into the Phoenix Blood Spear. Then, a thrust. Shio. Spear light cut through space, issuing forth a horrifying tearing sound. Thunder crashed down from the skies and plumes of flame rose from the ground. All of this energy was swept up by the spear, forming a massive red and purple vortex. Underneath the heavenly Tao laws, the power of thunder fire within this spear was no longer the pure 5 elements, but had changed to heavenly tribulation. At this moment, within Lin Ming's body, the heretical god seedling emitted a glorious light. When Lin Ming crossed Ninefall, the thunder and fire tribulations he experienced hadn't vanished but had been absorbed and refined by the heretical god seedling. The laws within the power of thunder and fire heavenly tribulation had also been absorbed by the heretical god seedling. Now, as Lin Ming burnt his own blood essence, he had unexpectedly called out the heavenly Tao laws sleeping deep within his body, reproducing the power of heavenly tribulation. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The strength of a powerful heavenly tribulation erupted and the vast sky turned endless shades of red and purple. As Lin Ming swung his spear, A 100,000-foot-tall mountain 100 miles away was smashed into fragments by him. Even the massive lake of lava around it completely evaporated. The energy contained within this strike had even evaporated magma, and from the area that Lin Ming had struck out with his spear from to the place where that mountain had been destroyed, a massive fissure had formed in the ground as if a divine dragon had crushed the world. This terrifying destructive power even left Lin Ming stunned. This move was... Lin Ming had only planned to simultaneously fuse the first 3 concepts of fire with the first 3 concepts of thunder. He didn't think that there would be such an effect. The power of heavenly tribulation. Mo Eversnow gasped as she saw the scene before her, as if the final days of the world had arrived. What? Lin Ming asked, surprised. Mo Eversnow solemnly said, Lin Ming, when you crossed Ninefall, not only was there a massive amount of the heavenly Tao laws fused into your body, but you also crossed heavenly tribulation and became someone that exists outside the heavenly Tao. In the future, you might even become someone that can control the heavenly Tao. Of course, you are currently too weak, so that is impossible, but, just now, when you revolved your energy to the limit just now, you summoned the power of thunder and fire tribulation that had been absorbed and carved into the heretical god seedling, reproducing the majesty of heavenly tribulation. Heavenly tribulation. Then my move just now was equal to heavenly tribulation? Lin Ming was stunned. He himself had deeply experienced just how mighty heavenly tribulation was. Every single level of heavenly tribulation was incomparably terrifying. At that time, Lin Ming had just crossed Ninefall and his body had been in its peak state. Even so, he had nearly died a gruesome death as he was being attacked by heavenly tribulation. If it weren't for him swallowing down that demon bead divine replica, then he would have likely died then and there. If he could manifest heavenly tribulation in his moves, then even if he couldn't reproduce the most powerful yin-yang tribulation and could only use thunder and fire tribulation, that would already make him someone that defied the will of the heaven. To wield the power of heavenly tribulation in his hands sounded completely unbelievable. Lin Ming, since ancient times, Supreme Elders have always created their own cultivation methods. Just now, you also created your own style. Before now, you mastered various cultivation methods and produced your own skills, chasing sun, chasing thunder, penetrating rainbow, and burying the heavens. However, these are different. They can at best only be considered mediocre filler. The only reason they are decent is because you created them and they are best suited for your own combat style. But if they stood by themselves as an inheritance, then they really wouldn't be anything to look at all. But, the move you created just now was different. In terms of the laws, it stands at an extremely high level, approaching even the heavenly Tao. In the future, as your strength increases and you constantly improve yourself, this style of yours may even surpass the heavenly Tao. And, all techniques that transcend the heavenly Tao are called transcendent divine mights. Your move just now can be taken as the elementary form of a future transcendent divine might. You have already crossed through 9 levels of heavenly tribulation, so you can definitely achieve this. When that happens, you will have a transcendent divine might that belongs to you alone. Mo Eversnow found it hard to maintain her calm as she spoke to hear. Even she felt this was incredible. Lin Ming with his mere perfect Ninefall had actually touched upon the domain of a transcendent divine might. This had definitely been in large part due to the 9x9 life destruction he experienced, as well as the 9 levels of heavenly tribulation and the countless law fragments fused into his body. You're saying that this is the elementary form of a transcendent divine might? Lin Ming asked, surprised. He felt as if this was a dream and found it hard to speak for a while. A transcendent divine might could only be created by someone extraordinary like an Empyrean. Up until now, Lin Ming had learnt 2 different transcendent divine mights. And even then, the principles of the great Tao inherent within them had Lin Ming uttering praises endlessly over just how exquisite they were. Their common characteristic was that they had nearly formed a system of laws themselves. They were simply not subject to the constraints of the heavenly Tao. They were existences that truly defied the heavens. Although Lin Ming had never been arrogant, he believed that in many aspects, his talent had nearly reached the peak within the divine realm. But upon mentioning a transcendent divine might, Lin Ming actually felt a bit helpless and frustrated. He always felt that the moves he created himself were garbage compared to a transcendent divine might. Lin Ming had confidence in his cultivation and strength and also believed he could become an Empyrean in the future. But in terms of self-created moves, Lin Ming actually doubted himself. Would he be able to create his own transcendent divine might upon reaching the Empyrean realm? He never expected that what he just used now was the elementary form of a transcendent divine might. Don't be complacent. I only said that this move of yours can develop into a transcendent divine might in the future. It is still incomparably far from becoming a true transcendent divine might. You will need to slowly work towards that goal. Every complete transcendent divine might has its own perfect and independent law system. It could even be said that creating a transcendent divine might is equal to recreating part of the heavenly Tao. With it as a foundation, then with enough grand mist energy, you could even breed a true world. And the Empyrean who created that transcendent divine might would be the God who created that world. Every transcendent divine might is the total sum of everything that an Empyrean had learnt in their life. Thus, no matter how extreme an Empyrean is, they can only produce a single one. Although only an Empyrean can create a transcendent divine might, when the inkling and traces of that transcendent divine might first appear, that Empyrean might be at a very low boundary. For instance, the current Mo Eversnow said this to prevent Lin Ming from being overly content with himself. Even so, she couldn't help but praise him. To touch upon the elementary form of a transcendent divine might at the 9th stage life destruction was far, far too early. A transcendent divine might is equal to the heavenly Tao in this world. Lin Ming was startled. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing and it left him shaken. If an Empyrean had enough grand mist energy, couldn't they even create their own miniature universe? Lin Ming, you have harvested far too much. Far, far too much. Although it only manifests in enhancing your strength now, in the future the benefits you will experience will be more and more. This harvest is even greater than what you gained from opening the gate of life. Since you created this technique, you should give it a name so that once you master it, it can be an inheritance that you pass down. Okay, once Lin Ming recovered from his thoughts, he began to think aloud. Since this technique was bred within heavenly tribulation and belongs to the power of heavenly retribution, let's call it heavenly Tao judgment. Since this was a technique with unlimited potential for growth in the future, calling it heavenly Tao judgment was a worthy name. Otherwise, if it was some garbage technique that dared to proclaim itself heavenly Tao anything, then others would truly laugh at it to death. Heavenly Tao judgment. That's quite the imposing name. I hope that in the future you will be able to give this name the reputation it deserves. As Mo Eversnow spoke, Lin Ming clenched his fists and said, I will. Millimeter. We don't have much time left. You train for another 3 months. Once you've gathered enough strength, it will be time to attack the Divine Sea. Afterwards, you will consolidate your cultivation and then we shall leave seclusion to join the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. All right. Lin Ming shouted, his heroic spirit rising 100,000 feet into the heavens. The Divine Realm First Martial Meeting would be the gathering of the most ultimate extreme young geniuses within the Divine Realm. Lin Ming wanted to take a good look at these young elites and see just how he compared to them. Chapter 1169, Finally Stepping into the Divine Sea. Chapter 1169, Finally Stepping into the Divine Sea. Training passed without sense of time. Unknowingly, 3 months went by. Because Lin Ming displayed heavenly Tao judgment, there was a deficit of blood energy within his body. However, he had restored this half a month ago. According to the Celestial Tyrant Manual, the less blood essence one consumed, the faster it would regenerate. If one consumed a great deal such as 50%, then it might even take over half a year to recover. If one consumed over 50%, then not even the gate of life's powerful life force restoring abilities would be able to completely restore it. After 3 months, Lin Ming's essence, energy, and divine had reached the limit. The inner world seed within him had shrunk to the size of a grain of rice and was verging on the edge of eruption. The more concentrated the world seed was, the greater the explosive force would be once it erupted. Hoo hoo hoo. In the dimensional realm, strong winds stirred. Endless heaven and earth origin energy gathered, forming a massive whirlpool-shaped origin energy cloud in the sky. The central focal point of this origin energy cloud was a 100,000-foot-high crimson mountain peak. Lin Ming sat at the very summit of this peak, deep in meditation. 100,000 feet was nearly 50 miles. If this were the sky-spill continent, this altitude would have long since pierced through the primal chaos heavens. But in this sealed world, this height only just touched the infinite thunder clouds in the sky, bringing them in reach of one's fingertips. It's time. Lin Ming slowly opened his eyes from meditation. He stood up, the strong winds surging past him. Lin Ming's white clothes violently fluttered in the air as his long hair whipped about him. Beside him, 12 thick iron chains were like 12 dragons, one end wrapped around the mountain peak with the other end extending into the vast and boundless skies. 3 months of accumulation. No, it should be 10 years of accumulation. Lin Ming had first crossed life destruction at 22 years of age. Now, nearly 10 years had passed. Everything so far had been for this final moment, and the 9 stages of life destruction had taken Lin Ming 10 years of time. He had nearly crossed a stage each year. Solid, step by step, steady, and without a single shortcut taken. This speed was considered relatively slow for a divine realm genius. However, such a patient and steady cultivation speed had brought tremendous benefits to Lin Ming. It had formed the foundation for him to hurtle into the future, overcoming all. Today, Lin Ming would finally break into the Divine Sea. Divine Sea, Divine Transformation, Divine Lord, these 3 large boundaries and 9 small boundaries were collectively called the 9 divine shifts, similar to the 9 stages of life destruction. 9 fall was to overcome mortality and the Divine Sea was to transform into the divine. After reaching the Divine Sea, Lin Ming would have completed his transformation from mortality and began stepping into the realm of God. Who? The strong winds became increasingly violent. The center of the origin energy cloud turned into a funnel that came extending downwards. In the skies, dark clouds extended for 10,000 miles, with countless flashing arcs of thunder shining from within as if an immortal god of thunder swelled in there. And beneath the mountain peak, an inexhaustible sea of lava and flames surged about. Volcanic explosions continued without end, sending molten lava tumbling into the skies. Lin Ming took out the boundless world pill from his spatial ring. All of the energy within his body was gathered in his dantian, rushing into his world seed without a care for the consequences. The heretical god force opened, the blood of the ancient phoenix combusted. Together with the endless origin energy in the clouds above him, Lin Ming crazily absorbed it all. As energy constantly entered him, the world seed within Lin Ming's dantian began to radiate a blinding light. The world seed continued to shrink, going from the size of a grain of rice to the size of a needle's eye, and still condensing even beyond that. In the legends, when the universe first formed, it had begun from an infinitesimally small point. All of the grand mist energy in creation had been concentrated in that tiny dot, finally exploding outwards and creating the endless universe. Now, the formation of Lin Ming's inner world followed the same principles as the eruption of the universe. Boundless world pill. Lin Ming already felt that his inner world had been compressed to the limit. Then, he crumbled the boundless world pill in his hands. As the pill shattered, the world spirit sealed within the center of the pill turned into an incomparably pure world power that flew into Lin Ming's body, all of it absorbed by him. This pill that had been one with 7 trillion violet sunstones was the most valuable peak-quality pill that a divine sea martial artist could use. Even the top genius of a great world king Holy Land would find it difficult to use. Now, this world spirit completely fused into Lin Ming's world seed. At this time, his world seed finally exploded into pieces. Countless tiny cracks appeared on this world seed that was smaller than a needle's eye. An endless amount of energy erupted and Lin Ming's dantian instantly collapsed. Bang! Energy transformed into an incomparably terrifying storm, rushing outwards with utter brutality. All of the clouds for thousands of miles around were completely washed away by the shockwave. And after the raging storm of energy dissipated, Lin Ming's body had actually vanished. On this 100,000-foot-high mountain peak where one could touch the skies, a completely sealed space distortion appeared in the air. The power of time, the power of space, everything was completely twisted up in here. Even light was affected, unable to maintain a straight line. Lin Ming's body was sealed up within this space distortion. This was a cocoon formed from a space distortion, and Lin Ming was sealed within this cocoon, undergoing his transformation from life destruction to the divine sea. The wind had already stopped. The surging thunder and the billowing lava had died down. The endless amount of heaven and earth origin energy no longer formed violent and dangerous fluctuations of energy. Rather, it turned into fist-sized balls of glowing light. These balls of glowing light were mostly red and purple, but there was also yellow, blue, black, green, white, and every other possible color imaginable. More and more of these glowing balls of light appeared. From tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands to millions and even more, until it seemed like an infinite sea of lights. From a few dozen miles, it rapidly expanded to 1,000 miles, filling the entire world with a beautiful glow. Looking from afar, it seemed like a single infinite rainbow had appeared, beautiful and charming, stretching to infinity. Mo Eversnow slowly floated in the skies, looking at these endless beautiful balls of light as well as the giant cocoon floating within them. Strange and mysterious law runes emerged from the cocoon and wrapped around it, as fantastical and amazing as a dream. World Seed shattered and Dantian transformed into a minor dimension. This was the symbol of the divine sea. And after reaching the divine sea, the laws that a martial artist comprehended would become a part of their system and also become the heavenly Tao laws of this minor dimension. The massive cocoon floating in the air was a projection of the laws from Lin Ming's inner world. At this point, one could only wait. Lin Ming's body, soul, his everything was being transformed within this cocoon. This process might take 1 to 2 months of time. However, that didn't mean there were no risks during this period. When Lin Ming truly began stepping into the realm of God, he would have to experience and overcome his heart demons. Because his consciousness had already entered a completely different space-time realization, Lin Ming's dreams of his heart demons might continue for far longer than a month or 2. All martial artists would have to experience their heart demons when they crossed into the divine sea. There were very few people that would die because they couldn't overcome their heart demons. But, if they were influenced by their heart demons, this would cause the evolution of their soul to be incomplete, making their divine foundation unsteady. All of this would depend on Lin Ming himself. Mo Eversnow simply meditated in front of the giant cocoon, resting her soul form. In the cocoon, Lin Ming was like a baby that hadn't been born. His arms were wrapped around his knees and his body was rolled up. His entire body was naked, no different from a baby. While a baby would soak in amniotic fluid, what Lin Ming rested in was a sea of laws. Law runes appeared periodically on Lin Ming's body before fading away. Lin Ming's eyes were closed, unaware of all this. Deep in sleep, Lin Ming's face was sharp and clear. His long hair hung down, covering his strong back. His tough and long legs were filled with an explosive power. Every inch of his flesh, every fiber of his muscles, it was all a work of perfect art. In this cocoon, his body, his soul, everything he was began to subtly change. In a dim haze, Lin Ming seemed to return to his childhood, and countless memories of it rushed back into his mind. All of them were strange, confusing, and unable to be discerned clearly. Then, everything rapidly changed. He was chased down by Tian Mingzi. Mo Eversnow was destroyed, her soul fading into ashes. He himself was severely wounded. His boundary dropped and he would never be able to advance again in his life. Then, the secret of the magic cube was exposed. Every martial artist under the heavens began to hunt him down. Finally, Lin Ming died without a burial ground and even his homeland, the Sky Spill continent, was exterminated by Tian Ming's underlings. All of these scenes were images that suited the weakness in Lin Ming's heart. This was a heart demon, all-pervasive and perpetual. As long as a human held desires or fear, they would inevitably have heart demons. The evolution of the soul was followed by the manifestation of these heart demons. If one wasn't able to overcome them, then their divine foundation would be damaged. Fortunately, Lin Ming's will was incomparably powerful. He soon discovered the shadows of these fears and completely crushed his heart demons. He saw himself killing Tian Mingzi, becoming an Empyrean, helping Mo Eversnow reforge her body, rebuilding the verdant feather holy lands, and then climbing to the peak of martial arts. There, he surpassed the boundary of Empyrean, becoming immortal and everlasting, an existence that would last for eternity. Like this, tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of years passed. He held the world in his hands, controlled the samsara of life and death, and dominated the heavenly Tao laws. This feeling was incomparably realistic and wonderful. This sort of heart demon was a manifestation of Lin Ming's desire to reach the peak of martial art. Even if Lin Ming's will was strong, when facing such a heart demon, the effect of his willpower would be greatly diminished. This was because Lin Ming's will and determination to chase after the peak of martial arts was very strong, and correspondingly this heart demon was also strong, much mightier than anything an ordinary martial artist could dream of. Lin Ming wondered about this illusionary dream. He seemed to awaken and also fall asleep, again and again. He experienced lifetimes of great sadness and also lifetimes of great joy. Then, his mind suddenly shook. It was like he had seen the ends of the heavens. There, a phantom of the magic cube, demon bead, and purple card appeared. An icy feeling rushed through his body and Lin Ming suddenly awoke. As Lin Ming examined his body, he found that his dantian had already disappeared, replaced by a minor dimension. The world power of the boundless world pill had already fused into this minor dimension. The evolution of his world had come to an end. At this time, outside of the massive cocoon, the endless rainbow origin energy light that extended for thousands of miles suddenly gathered together, forming millions of phoenixes and firebirds that flew towards the center, all of them submerging into the giant cocoon. For a time, a blinding light filled the world, illuminating the heavens with shimmering multicolored lights. Mo Eversnow's eyes suddenly shot open. She knew that at this moment, Lin Ming had stepped into the divine sea. Chapter 1170, Leaving Seclusion. Chapter 1170, Leaving Seclusion. Ka. Within the dimensional realm, the giant cocoon shattered and Lin Ming emerged, standing on the wind. He was already wearing white clothes formed from energy, as white as snow and as untouchable as the heavens. After breaking through to the divine sea, Lin Ming's aura became even more concealed and a sharp light slowly gathered in his eyes, making him seem softer and gentler. If Lin Ming was a spear before, then right now he was a spear that was placed into a spear chest. Although he seemed ordinary, the truth was that his vast aura was hidden. Once it erupted, the earth would shake and the heavens would tremble. Lin Ming, enter your minor dimension. Mo Eversnow turned into a beam of light and sank into Lin Ming's body. Lin Ming followed her, entering the minor dimension that had been opened within himself. The scenery changed. The minor dimension that the two entered was barren with only the ground spread before them and calm skies above them. Within this world, all sorts of heaven and earth origin energy gathered together, wandering about and forming dazzling patterns in the sky. This heaven and earth origin energy came from the countless balls of origin energy light that Lin Ming had absorbed when he reached the divine sea. These origin energy lights were now gathered in Lin Ming's world, becoming a part of the power of the world within him. If he fought in the future, he would be able to use a part of this energy. This was the reason why a divine sea powerhouse was far stronger than a life-destruction martial artist. Because when they fought, a divine sea martial artist could draw support from their own inner world for strength. Now that Lin Ming had broken through into the divine sea, his strength had risen astronomically. Moreover, because of the boundless world pill, after Lin Ming broke into the divine sea he had steadily entered into the early divine sea realm, just a tiny bit away from reaching the peak of the early divine sea realm. The speed of this improvement was much quicker than a normal martial artist's. Mo Eversnow's divine sense spread out, looking through Lin Ming's entire minor dimension. She revealed a satisfied smile and then said to Lin Ming, "Lin Ming, your inner minor dimension has reached a diameter of 800 miles just after you entered the divine sea realm. Your inner world is even larger than that of some weak late divine sea martial artist. only larger than the inner worlds of weak late divine sea martial artists? Lin Ming asked, surprised, seeming unsatisfied with this appraisal. With his solid cultivation, steady foundation, and the boundless world pill added on top, then if his inner world didn't far surpass those of ordinary martial artists, then he might as well kill himself. But now as he listened to Mo Eversnow, his inner world only surpassed weak late divine sea martial artists. He was certainly dissatisfied with this. Mo Eversnow faintly smiled. So what would you like instead? The size of your inner world is determined by how strong or weak a martial artist's true essence foundation is. The size of your inner world has already surpassed that of a weak late divine sea martial artist. In other words, disregarding all other aspects, just your cultivation is in no way inferior to that of a weak late divine sea martial artist. Then, with your laws, battle spirit, transcendent divine mights, dual body and energy cultivation, extremely thick true essence, and all sorts of other factors added in, they are no different from ants compared to you. I see. Lin Ming whispered as it dawned on him. If the area of his inner world reached that of a weak late divine sea martial artist, then that meant his cultivation was equal to theirs. Cultivation had always been Lin Ming's greatest weak point. If his cultivation matched them, then killing these people wouldn't be much more difficult than stepping on an ant. Moreover, Lin Ming's inner world was far more stable than the inner world of most other divine sea martial artists. This was because of the boundless world pill. Due to him having taken the boundless world pill, his inner world had taken on characteristics of a true world. From this alone, even if the size of their inner worlds was the same, Lin Ming's inner world could hold far more world strength. Lin Ming, it's time for us to leave. Mo Eversnow suddenly said. Leave now? Do I not need to train for another month or two to stabilize my cultivation? Lin Ming asked, startled. There was still plenty of time for him to train here. No need. Let's leave now. There is still some time until the first martial meeting begins. Even if you stabilize your foundation on the road, that will be more than enough. Training for too long in an altered flow of time will have negative effects on your comprehension of laws. Since we have no need to stay here, we might as well leave now. Okay. Lin Ming nodded. In the next moment his body turned into a beam of light that shot straight towards the exit of this training area. After training for so long, it was finally time for Lin Ming to face the Divine Realm first martial meeting. Young hero Lin, you've come out so early. You still have 2.5 months left in your reserved training chamber. In the corridor of Imperial City Auction House, a beautiful woman politely spoke to Lin Ming as he appeared. The young receptionists of Imperial City Auction House were mostly at the revolving core or life destruction realm. Although their talent wasn't too amazing, all of them were extraordinarily beautiful with amazing temperaments. Some of them with good luck might even be looked upon favorably by some great person and taken in as concubines. I understand. Could you help settle the bill? Lin Ming casually said. Then, his mind stirred and he asked, do you know if there's any special news regarding the first martial meeting? As Lin Ming spoke, he flicked his hand and a small bottle of pills useful for a life destruction martial artist flew into the hands of the young receptionist. The young woman took the bottle by reflex. Although she couldn't see what sorts of pills were inside, she had done enough work in the auction house that she was able to judge the general value of a bottle of pills by its fragrance. As she took the bottle in hand, she was immediately overjoyed. Her eyes became much more gentle and pleasing as she looking at Lin Ming, reporting to young hero Lin, registration for the first martial meeting has recently begun. The currently held Divine Realm first martial meeting has extremely loose limits for registration. It is completely different from the last several first martial meetings. Oh, how is it different? Lin Ming casually asked. The young woman sweetly grinned and said, in the past first martial meetings, besides the limits of age and cultivation, there were also requirements for one's background. For instance, one had to be a disciple of a holy land, a junior of a 9th grade family, or the descendant of a holy lord level powerhouse. Before every martial meeting, a quota of people would be given to every holy land in the Divine Realm. There were many higher 8th grade sects that couldn't obtain a quota of people unless they had the recommendation of a holy lord level powerhouse or above. Thus, Many wandering martial artists weren't able to participate either. As Lin Ming heard the young woman speak, he was surprised for a bit before immediately understanding it. Although it sounded unfair to refuse most wandering martial artists and even those from weaker sects, this was also reasonable. If there was no defined threshold to register and every martial artist participated, then the number of martial artists joining in would probably be counted using trillions as the smallest number. With so many people, how could a tournament possibly be arranged? Thus, only sects with enough strength were able to recommend their strongest direct disciples. The strength of these chosen individuals was far higher than what an average wandering martial artist could hope to compare with. In fact, in all fairness, if one didn't have a sect or a holy lord-level master behind them, it was impossible for a wandering martial artist to hope to show good results in the first martial meeting. Even a monstrous freak like Lin Ming also had a Holy Land background. Lin Ming soon understood all of this. He asked, "So, you're saying that the rules for registration have changed?" "Yes, this first martial meeting only has limits on age and cultivation. There is no limit on one's background and also quota of people given. All geniuses that meet the required age and cultivation can participate." Millimeter? Lin Ming was stunned. If conditions for registration were so loose, then wouldn't the number of people registering be unimaginable? In such a grand and wondrous event, even if some weaker young elites clearly knew that they wouldn't have any results in participating, they would still all be rushing to personally experience just how awesome this was. After all, this was an event that happened only every several thousands of years. If they just happened to be of the age and cultivation to enter, how could they not participate? "How many people have registered already?" Lin Ming asked. The young woman thought for a moment before saying, "It is said that within the entire true martial world, there are already 1.5 trillion geniuses that have registered. But, there is still 2 months remaining. The closer the deadline approaches, the more people there will be registering. At the end, I estimate that the total number will increase by several times what it is now." This is, Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath of air. He was already mentally prepared, but upon hearing the true number of participants he was still shocked. Currently, just a great world of the divine realm had 1.5 trillion registered participants so far, and there were 3,000 great worlds in the divine realm in total. If this were added up assuming that the others were the same, then that would be 4.5 quadrillion geniuses. In addition, there were still the countless other worlds, hidden dimensions, and all sorts of other people. This number was far too terrifying. Moreover, this was only half a month of registration. Once the first martial meeting truly started, there would at least be 10 to 20 quadrillion young elites participating. With so many people, arranging them to compete was simply far too difficult. Not to mention a higher number, just gathering 10 quadrillion young elites together was a monumental undertaking. One would need at least 10 billion spirit ship. No matter how wealthy Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe were or how much manpower they had on their side, it was still unimaginable that they could organize a first martial meeting on such a giant scale. Even if they could organize such an event, where would they find the venue for it? This was 10 quadrillion people. Not even a massive superplanet would be able to hold so many people. If he didn't guess wrong, then there should be qualifying tournaments, each of them in their own area. For instance, Immemorial Imperial City would be such a division with its qualifying tournament. A winner would be chosen here to go on to the next round, repeated ad nauseam. Who knew how many rounds one would have to go through to experience the true competition? Moreover, it was impossible to be completely fair in this. There were some qualifying areas that were doomed to have far too many masters, and other qualifying areas that wouldn't have any stronger individuals. Deciding how to allocate the number of chosen participants would be a major problem. As Lin Ming thought this, he asked, "Will the tournament be divided into subdivisions? If so, then will those that register at Immemorial Imperial City be competing at Immemorial Imperial City?" The beautiful young receptionist shook her head. "It doesn't seem so. I've heard that everyone that registered will be competing together." Competing together? How is that even possible? Lin Ming found this all too unbelievable. No matter how resourceful or powerful two Empyreans were, It should still be impossible to do this. This is what everyone is saying, so it shouldn't be wrong. Moreover, the site of the competition is extremely special. It is the divine dream world. The young woman confidently said. Lin Ming still couldn't understand. 3 months ago, when that voice resounded through all of immemorial Imperial City, they had said. 3 months from now, the first martial meeting of the Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds will be held in the Divine Dream World, held jointly by Empyrean Vast Universe and Empyrean Divine Dream. All heroic young elites of the Divine Realm may participate. The Divine Dream World, wouldn't that be the domain of Empyrean Divine Dream? But how was it possible to organize 10 quadrillion geniuses to compete there? As Lin Ming was pondering this, Mo Eversnow said, Lin Ming, I suspect that the Divine Dream World is not the Divine Dream World of the Divine Realm's 3,000 Great Worlds, but a special world that Empyrean Divine Dream established herself using a transcendent divine might as the laws, the true Divine Dream World. Millimeter? A world established by the laws of a transcendent divine might? Lin Ming asked, dumbfounded. Chapter 1171, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan. Chapter 1171, Mu Qianyu, Qin Xingxuan. It's only a guess of mine, I don't know for sure. I should have told you this, but Empyrean Divine Dream is an outstanding individual even amongst Empyreans. She is extremely mysterious, and even the Empyrean level influence she created, Divine Dream Palace, is just as mysterious as she is. It is said that Divine Dream Palace only allows female cultivators to join, and there are only several hundred people there in total. Each of them is either superbly strong or superbly talented. Even if a great world king were to go to Divine Dream Palace, they would still have to respectfully greet any individual there. They wouldn't even dare to offend a junior. Only several hundred people, Lin Ming echoed, surprised. After ascending to the Divine Realm, he began to understand just how great and massive the sects of the Divine Realm were. The scales they were built to were enormous. Even the ancient Phoenix clan had 100 billion clansmen, and the ancient Dragon clan even had 1 trillion clansmen. Immemorial Imperial City's sacred martial mansion and true martial Holy Lands were ridiculously huge presences here, and yet only a tiny part of their sects were located at Immemorial Imperial City. And now, Mo Eversnow had said that Divine Dream Palace, an Empyrean-level influence, only had a mere several hundred people. How could this not lead Lin Ming to be shocked? Although this number was likely inaccurate because of how mysterious Divine Dream Palace was, he could still infer that Divine Dream Palace had an extremely small number of people. Divine Dream Palace only had several hundred or even 1,000 people, and yet it could be ranked at the highest echelons of Empyrean-level Holy Lands. Besides Empyrean Divine Dream sitting in command, all other disciples of Divine Dream Palace had to be monstrous geniuses. The most amazing of them likely exceeded even great world kings. Mo Eversnow said, for this Empyrean Divine Dream to manage the first martial meeting herself, that is what I am surprised about. This is because Empyrean Divine Dream acts in a very low-key and muted manner, and she rarely appears. Yet, for her to manage the first martial meeting, I think there is a possibility that Empyrean Divine Dream's descendant is soon to be born. Empyrean Divine Dream's descendant. Lin Ming sucked in a cold breath of air. Whoever this person might be, their talent must be at unbelievable levels. This person must possess transcendent divine mights. At the very least, they would know the self-created transcendent divine might that Empyrean Divine Dream herself created. Moreover, growing up, this descendant must have used the absolute best of all resources. Compared with Lin Ming, besides the magic cube that he still wasn't able to activate on his own, she would be no worse than he was in any other aspect. As for having a monstrous talent and perception, there was no need to mention these things. These were the most basic advantages that an Empyrean descendant would possess. With all of this concentrated together, an abnormal singularity would be born. Mo Eversnow pressed her eyebrows together. She said, if you and she were of the same age, then you naturally wouldn't need to fear her. But, if she was older than you by even 5 years? Mo Eversnow's words trailed off. In the Divine Realm first martial meeting, the greatest unfairness lay in the problem of age. The older participants would definitely have an advantage. This was inevitable. Not to mention anyone else, but 5 years from now, just what sort of combat strength would Lin Ming have? How strong would he be 10 years from now? It was hard to imagine. In terms of talent, Lin Ming had firm belief in himself. He wouldn't fear anyone. But because he had practiced martial arts for too short a time, it was hard for him to say what rank he would place in the Divine Realm first martial meeting without first meeting his opponents. There was no way he could randomly boast about such things. Empyrean Divine Dream. I wonder how she compares with Empyrean Primordius. Of the two of them, which one would be weaker? Lin Ming thought aloud. But for this sort of matter, perhaps only Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Primordius would know. As he thought about it, he could barely be considered a half-descendant of Empyrean Primordius. Of course, the true legacy of Empyrean Primordius was still within the eternal demon abyss where he had yet to obtain it. Although he could feel just how terrifying his opponents were, Lin Ming could also feel his warm blood boiling over with excitement. If everyone at the first martial meeting was on the same level as the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, then there wouldn't be any reason for participating at all. Ridiculously fearful opponents, an unknown result. Only this type of battle could cause Lin Ming to seethe with fighting spirit. Lin Ming's final goal for participating in the Divine Realm martial meeting was not only to learn another transcendent divine might, but also to test himself against the young elites that stood at the pinnacle of the Divine Realm. Only by fighting against these top masters would he be able to temper himself. Come on, let's go and register. Lin Ming strode out of Imperial City Auction House. As soon as he left the auction house, he didn't need Mo Eversnow's reminder to feel that several divine senses had locked onto him. To be so easily discovered by Lin Ming, the cultivations of these people had to be at the divine transformation realm. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 divine transformation trashes actually thought to monitor me. These people are really patient. They've waited outside Imperial City Auction House all this time for me to come out. These people all had an early divine transformation cultivation. For a task as thankless and boring as monitoring someone, a divine lord powerhouse naturally wouldn't be sent out. The divine transformation realm was the boundary one needed to wander the vast divine realm by themselves with some semblance of safety. On a faraway tiny planet they could act as an overlord. As for a divine lord powerhouse, that was different. They could seek a position in a holy land. For instance, in an 8th grade sect like Carefree Island, they could mix in and become an elder. Lin Ming sneered. When he just reached 9-4, he was already able to defeat a weak divine transformation martial artist. Now that he had opened the gate of life and also stepped into the divine sea, these people were even less worthy of mentioning. Mo Eversnow said, "There's no need to bother with these people. Let's go and register." Millimeter. Lin Ming nodded. Whether these people were toads that didn't know the vastness of the heavens and earth, or whether they were the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, or whether they were even Zhong Wonshu's underlings, he was disinclined to care about them at all. And if immemorial Imperial City didn't have a blanket prohibition against fighting, then he wouldn't have minded teaching these 4 pieces of garbage a lesson they would never forget. As Lin Ming moved, these 4 people silently followed. None of them were aware that Lin Ming had already discovered them. Besides a few people like Yu Ironrock and River Feather, no one knew just how strong Lin Ming was. They only knew that Lin Ming was ridiculously wealthy and that he likely didn't have any great background, otherwise there was no way he would have been sitting in the commoner section. To do that was simply seeking trouble. Lin Ming didn't even need to ask for directions, he only needed to follow the massive swelling tide of people to find the registration area. In the several thousand-mile-wide immemorial Imperial City, there were already over 1,000 registration points set up. And this was only immemorial Imperial City. In the other great cities of true martial world, the other planets and stars and hidden realms, there were also countless registration spots set up. As long as one met the defined requirements of age and cultivation, one could freely register. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that in the last several million years of history, this would be the most intense first martial meeting, with the highest number of people competing. Moreover, the appearance of Empyrean Divine Dream added a layer of mystery and intrigue to this first martial meeting. In every first martial meeting, there would be the birth of an Empyrean descendant. Or, it was more accurate to say that only when an Empyrean descendant was born would that Empyrean decide to take advantage of the momentum and hold a divine realm first martial meeting. And an Empyrean descendant, without accident, would easily become someone as strong as a great world king. The truth was that the fame and glory brought about by being the champion of a divine realm first martial meeting was even greater than that of being a great world king. The divine realm's 3,000 great world kings had accumulated over millions of years. A new one would appear every 1,000 to 2,000 years. As for a divine realm first martial meeting, that would only be held every 4,000 to 5,000 years. Of course, this also meant that there were many geniuses who couldn't participate in the first martial meeting because of the time when they were born. However, in every first martial meeting, there would be the appearance of an Empyrean descendant, or even several of them. In the future, these Empyrean descendants would reach the level of a great world king but wouldn't be considered as part of the divine realm's 3,000 great world kings. Here to register. Lin Ming waited in line for a long time. Then, when it was finally his turn, he stepped up and stood in a strange array formation. This array formation sent out a faint blue light that covered him. This is to determine your skeletal age. Mo Eversnow's voice sounded out in Lin Ming's ears. A person's skeletal age was closely tied to their life. This linked to one of the heavenly Tao laws, the so-called passage of time, karma and samsara, life and death, the fading of beauty. This was a law that not even an Empyrean could control. In 100 million years, all would become dust. Yes. Please record your name, cultivation, as well as the sect or family you come from. Also, please leave behind a true essence fluctuation. The registration attendant was a tall and thin old man. This old man passed Lin Ming a jade slip so that he could record his information and true essence fluctuation within it. This sort of thing was similar to a person's fingerprint. When it was recorded within, then combined with one's name, age, and other such information, it could be used to determine and lock down a person. Lin Ming recorded his name and cultivation in the jade slip. Then, when he was filling in the name of his sect, he recorded the ancient Phoenix clan. He knew that in participating in this divine realm first martial meeting, it was inevitable that he would shine with glory. Not to mention the top 3 or even top 10, but even ranking in the top 10,000 would bring endless attention from the entire divine realm and also arouse the interest of countless influences. The sect that he wrote down would also receive immense glory and praise. This favor was naturally given to the ancient Phoenix clan. After all, whether it was the ancient Phoenix clan's fairy foam or Hua violent stone, both of them had treated him with graciousness. Lin Ming also had a very good impression of the ancient Phoenix clan. Even in Phoenix Cry Palace, when White Dao Hong had faced Lin Ming, who far surpassed him in talent, not only did White Dao Hong not feel jealousy and try to push him away, but he even gave suitable help and assistance. As for others who showed him graciousness, there was also Carefree Island's Mo River Bliss. However, Mo River Bliss couldn't appear publicly and it also wouldn't be a good idea to arouse too much interest in Carefree Island. Thus, he naturally couldn't record their name. The tall and thin old man received the jade slip and checked the information within it. After verifying the age and cultivation, he slowly said, "Next." Lin Ming's status wasn't great enough to arouse any interest. As a Holy Land disciple with an early divine sea cultivation, he was only one in the midst of countless trillions. As Lin Ming was registering, he could never have imagined what was occurring countless quadrillions of miles away from true martial great world at another great world of the divine realm, Good Fortune World. In this world, there was an 8th grade sect called the Unbroken Cult. Currently living in this sect were 2 women that held an inestimable importance to Lin Ming. They were Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan. After many years, these 2 women had already reached a divine sea realm cultivation. Of course, the reason they reached the divine sea so quickly was because Old Man Good Fortune had arranged a time enchantment that sped up the flow of time by a factor of 10. Qin Xingxuan's time in training had been even longer. Not just that, but the 2 women didn't need to consider questions of combat strength and accumulation. When Lin Ming had ascended, Fairy Feng used 3 years of her cultivation to bury a flame seed condensed from ancient phoenix blood into the bodies of Qin Xingxuan and Mu Qianyu. This flame seed also contained fragments of the fire laws, allowing them to smoothly break through to the 8th stage of life destruction and reach the Divine Sea. And after the 2 women reached the Divine Sea, they were received by Old Man Good Fortune and ascended into the Divine Realm. Chapter 1172, The Burden of an Outer Court Disciple. Chapter 1172, The Burden of an Outer Court Disciple. Old Man Good Fortune was a disciple of Good Fortune World's unbroken cult. The reason that his nickname was Old Man Good Fortune was because of the world that he had come from. As someone who led people to the Divine Realm, those he led naturally went to the unbroken cult and became their outer court disciples. After Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan ascended to the Divine Realm, they had a faint feeling that it wouldn't be easy finding Lin Ming in such a vast world. But when they truly reached the unbroken cult, they discovered that they had far underestimated the difficulty of their mission. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan had seen Fairy Feng, thus they were naturally aware that Lin Ming had been received into the ancient Phoenix clan as a disciple. This was the only clue they had to look for Lin Ming in the Divine Realm. They had thought that as long as they found the ancient Phoenix clan, they would be able to find Lin Ming. But after entering the unbroken cult, they asked around and looked through a great deal of material, finally finding out that the ancient Phoenix clan was divided into 72 palaces, scattered all over the Divine Realm. And they didn't even know which palace Lin Ming was located at. Not just that, but to travel between great worlds, once the expenses and consumption of spirit ship energy were accounted for, required at least 1,000,000 violet sunstones. As for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan, the monthly expenses they received from the unbroken cult was only 10 violet sunstones. If they gathered them in this way, they would die before they could save the necessary amount. Moreover, to travel between great worlds required one to be at least a divine transformation realm powerhouse. This was because the spaces between the great worlds and within the great worlds were filled with robbers and killers. Murdering someone and stealing all of their possessions was a frequent occurrence. And if one were a beautiful woman, their fate would be extremely miserable. It was likely they would either be sold as a slave whore or used to cultivate and have all of their life essence sucked up. In this sort of situation, it was simply far too difficult for Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan to find Lin Ming. Big Sister Mu, we've already been in the Divine Realm for half a year, but, if this continues, how will we still look for Brother Lin? Qin Xingxuan asked. She was standing in a field that the unbroken cult used to raise valuable treasure beasts. She wore a simple blue gown without any frills, and her face was fresh with an untouched beauty. Her supple black hair was tied back with a blue scarf and her sleeves were pulled up. Beads of fresh water dripped down her forehead, making her look like a simple yet utterly beautiful mortal village girl. At this time, Qin Xingxuan was holding a stack of spirit grass in her hand, feeding a spirit beast that looked like a white horse. This spirit beast had a beautiful white horn coming from its head and its body was as white as snow. In the Divine Realm, a Divine Sea Realm martial artist would only be raised with effort if they were a genius. For instance, within the unbroken cult, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were both only outer court disciples. It was impossible to wholeheartedly raise outer court disciples like direct disciples and for all of them to enjoy amazing resources. Outer court disciples thus had to engage in burdensome chores. The unbroken cult was a relatively poor sect. They weren't like Carefree Island that had the extremely resource-rich red desolate mystic realm. Because of this, the disciples of the unbroken cult needed to perform different labors. For instance, tending to medicinal fields, feeding spirit beasts, and so on. All of these tasks were to create more income for the sect in order to provide more resources for the sect elders and many direct disciples. There's nothing we can do for now. With our cultivation, if we tried to travel by ourselves, I fear we'd be eaten up without even our bones remaining. We can only diligently cultivate until we reach the divine transformation realm. Then, once we have enough wealth saved up, we can go find Lin Ming. Mu Qianyu said as she spoke. She weighed various spirit grasses and then mixed them with some different kinds of vicious beast meats, creating feed. Feeding spirit beasts was not an easy nor relaxed task. One had to wake up 5 hours before dawn, boil the spirit grass soup, mix the feed, clean the beast pens, and feed the spirit beasts before the sun rose. Following this, the two women also had to tend to the medicinal field. This medicinal field was filled with extremely precious medicinal herbs. One had to use special spirit techniques to feed and also deworm the plants. To tend to a small medicinal field would take the entire morning. In the afternoon, the two women would return to the beast pens and feed the spirit beasts a second time. Finally, only in the evening were the two allowed to freely cultivate. And in the unbroken cult, if one wished to borrow various cultivation method jade slips or listen to the teaching of elders, one required sect contribution points. The unbroken cult had tens of thousands of outer court disciples but only 20-some elder professors. Naturally, not every outer court disciple could attend the teachings whenever they wished. With Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's strength, it was impossible for them to participate in the combat missions of the sect. The only way they could earn contribution points was to engage in the more menial labor tasks. Thus, the two women did much more work than the common female disciple. For the two of them, every 10 days they were able to listen to one of the teachings and browse through the mortal step cultivation methods once. As for learning the core inheritances of the unbroken cult, that was impossible for them. Even so, the two of them studied and trained late into the day, discussing and sparring with each other. If they had questions they would ask their senior apprentice brothers and sisters. Of course, this sort of help wasn't free and also required a small number of contribution points. Such a way of training seemed extremely troublesome and arduous, but it was actually a much faster cultivation speed than in the lower realms. This was because the heaven and earth origin energy within the divine realm was incomparable with that of the lower realms. Moreover, the Sky-Spill continent's planet had been blocked off by Empyrean Primordius, so wanting to break into the divine transformation realm there was nearly impossible. But in the divine realm, although Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan's martial talents weren't particularly good, they still had high chances of breaking into the divine transformation realm. Once they did, they would be able to stand out and at least become sect deacons. Their monthly expenses would increase by a tremendous amount and they could also participate in combat missions. For them, this was the only way to find Lin Ming in the future. I wonder how Lin Ming is doing in the ancient Phoenix clan. With his talent, he should be able to become a core disciple. Every time Mu Qianyu remembered Lin Ming, she would worry in her heart. If she hadn't come to the divine realm, then she would never have imagined just how vast it truly was. Now, she was able to experience its size for herself. Just the unbroken cult had over 30 divine lord powerhouses, several thousand divine transformation masters, and 70,000 to 80,000 divine sea disciples. And placed within the good fortune world, the unbroken cult was nothing more than a tiny sect. Even good fortune world itself was just one of the divine realm's 3,000 great worlds. Once one looked at the entire divine realm, there were truly more Ninefall masters than there were dogs, with divine lord masters everywhere. Thus even though when Lin Ming was at the Sky-Spill continent and his talent there had defied the will of the heavens, Mu Qianyu was still worried for him now. There were far too many geniuses in the divine realm. Lin Ming wouldn't necessarily be able to become an overlord of his own domain as he did in the past. Moreover, Lin Ming entered a much larger sect, so the competition he faced would also be much more brutal and wild. How did Lin Ming's days pass in the ancient Phoenix clan? Was he pushed aside by others because of his status as someone who came from the lower realms? If she and Qin Xingxuan found him, would that give him trouble instead? This last point was what Mu Qianyu worried about the most. Xingxuan, let's not think of anything but training diligently for now. When we truly go to the ancient Phoenix clan, we cannot become a burden for Lin Ming. Millimeter. Qin Xingxuan vigorously nodded. At this time, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan heard the sound of a bell ringing out from the palace behind the medicinal field. This was the convening sign for all outer court disciples who tended the medicinal fields. That's the medicinal field we're responsible for. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan quickly put down their work and ran over. The unbroken cult had extremely strict rules. If they were late, They would lose contribution points if their penalty was light. If their penalty was heavy, then they would even be confined. No matter what the punishment was, it wasn't something that Mu Qianyu or Qin Xingxuan could afford. Did something happen to the medicinal materials? Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were both disturbed. If there was a problem with the medicinal field, then that would be a great responsibility they couldn't shoulder. As they rushed to the medicinal field, Mu Qianyu could see that 7 or 8 female disciples were already standing in the open. They were all outer court disciples. Normally, handling the medicinal field was a chore that mostly female disciples did. And standing in front of these 7 or 8 female disciples was a red-clothed woman with phoenix eyes. She was an inner court disciple with a very prominent status and was also the manager of this medicinal field. As the red-clothed woman saw Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan hastily arrive, her eyebrows twisted together. She rudely said, "Slow hands and slow feet. No wonder the medicinal field is in such a mess." A mess. Mu Qianyu's breath caught in her throat and her heart raced. She had thought that there had been some accident with the medicinal field, but as she looked over to the one she was in charge of, she glanced over every strand of spirit grass and didn't see any major problems with them. She felt slightly better, but as she glanced at the other female disciples, she found that they were all gloomy and silent. It was apparent that they had just been berated. In order to obtain contribution points, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan were meticulous in their handling of the medicinal field. Otherwise, if they made some mistake and killed or wounded some medicinal plants, their entire month of work would have been in vain. "There is no need for you to look." The red-clothed woman coldly coughed, her thin eyebrows rising up in anger. "Do you think that it's fine just because the medicinal plants haven't died? I want the medicinal plants to vibrantly blossom. But looking at the medicinal herbs that all of you have raised, they appear diseased and sick. How could anyone possibly use them?" Today, the great elder of Spirit Pill Pavilion along with 3 other great inner court elders have to gather 36,000 spirit herbs to help refine a pill. They are attempting to use 9-flavor divine grass to refine a 9-flavor recoil pill, a medium-grade heaven step pill. This is all for senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming to wash his marrow so that he can take another step forward. Do you know how important this is? Do you know what a medium-grade heaven step pill is? Any pill or spirit herb with the heaven in its name must be extraordinary. If you delayed the refining of this pill, then even killing you 100 times over wouldn't be enough to make up for it. I don't care how any of you worked in the past. From this day forth, all of you no longer have free time. All of you have to place your energy into tending the medicinal fields every day. Every medicinal herb must be treated with absolute care. No free time. Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan glanced at each other, able to see a faint bitter light in the other's eyes. The truth was that a divine sea martial artist would be energized enough for the day after meditating for an hour, so they didn't need much time to rest. However, if they didn't have any free time, how would they continue training? As for the other outer court disciples, they weren't any happier upon hearing this news. To them, a medium-grade heaven step pill was an extremely distant matter. As for senior apprentice brother Yu Yoming's name, that was something that struck them like a bolt of thunder. He was the top direct disciple and the chosen pride of heaven that the sect had spent a great deal of effort to raise. To ordinary outer court disciples, he was simply the same as a divine god. The great elder of Spirit Pill Pavilion along with 3 inner court elders are actually spending such a great price to refine a pill to help senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming wash his marrow, a young female disciple muttered to herself, feeling envy in her heart. Both of them were divine sea disciples, so how could the difference in their fates be so great? Humph, there is no need for you to be surprised. I might as well tell you that a grand event that only occurs every 4 or 5,000 years in the divine realm is occurring soon, and that is the first martial meeting. It will encompass all geniuses of the divine realm's 3,000 great world. Senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming is the most talented disciple of our unbroken cult and the only chance we have of gaining glory. If any hitches occur, I absolutely won't forgive the culprit. Divine Realm First Martial Meeting, Mu Qianyu and Qin Xingxuan said at the same time. Qin Xingxuan's thoughts stirred. She said to Mu Qianyu, "Big sister Mu, Do you think that Lin Ming might participate also? Chapter 1173, Divine Dream World. Chapter 1173, Divine Dream World. Mu Qianyu was startled upon hearing Qin Xingxuan's words. Could Lin Ming be entering the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting? There was really that possibility. In Mu Qianyu's eyes, with Lin Ming's talent and tenacity, even if the Divine Realm had countless geniuses and Lin Ming was in the giant ancient Phoenix clan, he would still gradually bloom into splendor, becoming someone amazing. Then, there would really be a high chance that Lin Ming would participate in the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting on behalf of the ancient Phoenix clan. If Lin Ming participated in the First Martial Meeting, would they be able to find him? After all, the Unbroken Cult's senior apprentice brother Yu Yuming would also be entering the First Martial Meeting. Although he might be said to be going alone, the truth was that there would be a large retinue of people following him to dominate the scene. For such a grand event, the sect would surely send some outer court disciples to handle miscellaneous matters. Xingxuan, no matter what, we still have to manage the medicinal field for these next few months. Senior apprentice Sister Feng is harsh and likes to find problems where there aren't any. If we make any mistakes we will be targeted, and if there is any negligence then we will even be punished miserable. Only by perfectly performing all matters will we have a chance of going to the First Martial Meeting. I fear that no one will want to miss out on this sort of grand occasion. Even if it's just going to perform labor, there will still be many people struggling for those spot. Millimeter. I understand. Qin Xingxuan nodded. Time slowly passed. The day of the First Martial Meeting approached nearer and nearer. As for Lin Ming, he stayed in immemorial Imperial City, still not having heard any news about a trip to the Divine Dream World. Before this, Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow had hypothesized that this Divine Dream World was a separate space that Empyrean Divine Dream created herself. As for how great this space was, it was difficult to imagine. In any case, it was enough to hold at least 10 quadrillion geniuses. The truth was that it wasn't strange for an Empyrean-created space to be large enough to hold 10 quadrillion geniuses. But what Lin Ming thought was strange was just how would all of these geniuses gather at the Divine Dream World. It had to be known that the distances between the great worlds were incomparably vast. To journey from one great world to another required a spirit ship that could undergo great void shifts through space. Even then, one would have to pass through multiple transmission arrays. These transmission arrays required a massive amount of violet sunstones to activate. If one traveled like this, they would have to spend hundreds of thousands or even millions of violet sunstones. Unless one came from a wealthy background, it was impossible for others to afford this amount of money. And if Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe were organizing this matter themselves, they would have to send out 10 billion spirit ships and create countless transmission arrays in the Divine Dream World. This was naturally even more impossible. Also, there was only half a month remaining until the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting began. In such a short period of time, it might not be possible for one to travel through space to another great world. Lin Ming was puzzled. After he trained, he went and inquired about the situation of how many people had registered for the First Martial Meeting. This inquiry left him flabbergasted. Currently, there were still 10 days left until the deadline for the registration arrived. But in just the true martial great world itself, there were already 2 trillion individuals that had registered. This was over 2 trillion people just in one great world. If all of the participants throughout the entire Divine Realm were added together, it was a simply incalculable number. With so many people competing together, just how would everyone be screened out? No matter how resourceful or powerful an Empyrean was, it would still be far too difficult to manage such a vast event. Mo Eversnow said, "I also think this is unbelievable." But, when Grandfather was alive, he mentioned several times just how powerful Empyrean Divine Dream and Divine Dream Palace were. Since this First Martial Meeting is under the management of Empyrean Divine Dream, there should be no need for you to worry. Lin Ming said, "I also don't think that Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe would manage the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting in a messy manner so that others would think it was a joke. I only think it's confusing how the competition will be held, However, I was a bit surprised when Mismo said that Empyrean Divine Dream could equally compare with Empyrean Primordius, because the chaos laws were the most source energy present at the forming of the universe. If Empyrean Primordius managed to perceive the chaos grand mist laws, then I feel that these laws are of the highest rank in existence, and his attainments in this aspect already reached the peak. Within his world of will space, there is true grand mist energy. I have no idea what laws Empyrean Divine Dream comprehended that she is able to compare with Empyrean Primordius. Mo Eversnow said, "That is only my guess, so I wouldn't say it's accurate. As for who is stronger and weaker amongst the Empyreans, I also have no way of knowing." As Lin Ming and Mo Eversnow were speaking, in the distant horizon, a brilliant light blazed in the skies. Then, a massive pillar of divine light soared up and past the clouds, seeming to support the heavens themselves. Lin Ming was shocked. Looking as far as he could, he estimated that this pillar of light was tens of thousands of miles away. Even so, from this distance this beam of light was still as thick as an arm. If he really arrived at the beam of light, he would have no idea just how wide it was. Just by looking at the beam of light, Lin Ming could feel his entire body shaking, as if a massive pressure were pushing down on him and making it hard to breathe. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but everyone in immemorial Imperial City, even those at the center and everyone for millions of miles around saw this incomparably massive pillar of light. This pillar of light made one want to fall to their knees and worship, as if it were a divine being. In front of this pillar of light, even breathing became difficult, leaving everyone panting for breath. As this beam of light appeared, that boundless and infinite voice he heard at the sacred martial grand tournament's arena sounded out once more. Empyrean Divine Dream has cast down pillars of divine dream light over all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm. All participants of the first martial meeting must go within 10,000 miles of the nearest divine dream light. There, you will insert your true essence and soul force into the divine dream light. Your bodies will fall into slumber, but your consciousness will enter into the greatest dreamland space, the divine dream world. Half a month from now, the first martial meeting will officially begin in the divine dream world. Besides participants of the first martial meeting, no one may enter within 10,000 miles of the divine dream light. If anyone dares to violate this order, then their souls will be sucked up by the divine dream light and they will perish for eternity. This grand and boundless voice echoed for a long time throughout the divine realm. It was filled with a masculine vigor. If one didn't guess wrongly, then one could sense it was Empyrean Vast Universe's voice. This voice repeated itself 3 times before slowly vanishing. As this voice vanished, Lin Ming finally recovered from his completely shocked state. He felt a thin layer of sweat covering his entire body. Beside him, he could see some people that were unable to withstand the pressure and were kneeling on the ground. As he remembered Empyrean Vast Universe's words, Lin Ming felt all of this to be too unbelievable. Approach the divine dream light and insert his true essence and soul force into it. Then, his body would fall asleep and his consciousness would enter into a dreamland space, the divine dream world. This divine dream world wasn't a true world, but a so-called dream world. The body of all these geniuses would fall asleep as their minds entered into this dreamland world, and this was also where the first martial meeting would be carried out. This was Empyrean Divine Dream's ability. Moreover, she had managed to lay down countless divine dreamlights in all 3,000 great worlds of the divine realm, having 10 quadrillion geniuses all sleeping at the same time and dreaming the same dream. This was far too terrifying an ability. Mo Eversnow sucked in a breath of cold air. She said, "So it's like this. This is the meaning of the divine dream world. If I'm not wrong, then this is a world created by Empyrean Divine Dream herself, and she uses her dream-related transcendent divine might to form the foundation of the world laws within this dreamland. This is her divine dream space. Not only can it hold 10 quadrillion geniuses, but there is no need to gather them all together. Moreover, by fighting in the dreamland space, there are far less resources required. This sort of method is really too incredible to believe." Empyrean Divine Dream's transcendent divine might, Lin Ming whispered. Every Empyrean was an extraordinary individual with heaven-shaking methods of their own. Empyrean Divine Dream's descendant would study the transcendent divine might of Empyrean Divine Dream. Her strength from this alone could be imagined. Lin Ming wondered just what sort of fighting style she would use. As Lin Ming thought this, his heart burned with an even greater fighting spirit. This Divine Realm first martial meeting was far more magnificent than what he had imagined, and the final results were a complete unknown. Let's go and enter that divine dream space. I want to see just what sort of scene is within it. It wasn't just Lin Ming, but countless geniuses of immemorial Imperial City also set out towards that massive divine dream light. Soon, within immemorial Imperial City, a river of people converged onto the road towards that giant pillar of light. Some people flew on their own, some flew in groups, some rode on mounts, but gathered together, they were an overwhelming mass of people that blotted out the heavens, as dense as a plague of locusts. As Lin Ming stepped within 10,000 miles of the divine dreamlight, he felt the world laws around him change, as if he had entered a completely separate space and time. This is an enchantment. Mo Eversnow said, there is a force field surrounding the 10,000-mile radius of this divine dreamlight. I believe that only participants who have recorded their true essence fluctuations are able to enter. Those who try to forcefully break their way in will suffer a fate as Empyrean vast universe described. Their souls will be swallowed up by the divine dream light. All of this is to ensure the safety of the participants. Otherwise, if you were to fall unconscious here while your mind was in the divine dream space, then it would be bad if someone tried to do something to your body. That should be it. Lin Ming nodded, entering in deeper. After entering the enchantment, everyone was cautious at the start and prepared against all others. No one dared to pour their true essence and soul force into the divine dreamlight, lest they fall into a deep slumber and then be looted while they were unconscious. However, this worry soon evaporated. They realized that once someone made a connection to the divine dreamlight, they would fall asleep and a force field would surround their body, protecting them. This force field was similar to the force field that surrounded the 10,000-mile boundary of the divine dreamlight. It seemed that if someone tried to start a fight within 10,000 miles of the divine dreamlight, then their fate would truly be miserable. Chapter 1174, Miraculous Dream Laws. Chapter 1174, Miraculous Dream Laws. As Lin Ming entered the enchantment world, he began to glance over all of the other participants around him. He discovered that most of them weren't peak talents. In fact, most of the participants were 8th stage life destruction divine sea martial artists. This was because Empyrean Divine Dream and Empyrean Vast Universe hadn't laid down any rules stipulating that a participant had to have achieved a 9th stage life destruction to participate. As long as one was at a certain age and also at the Divine Sea, then they could enter. However, although there were many Eightfall Divine Sea Masters, those that had the confidence to participate in this event were all the most extraordinary of the Eightfall Divine Sea martial artists. In fact, in a large sect of the Divine Realm, a great portion of the disciples would have an 8th stage life destruction cultivation. In just one of the 72 branch palaces of the ancient Phoenix clan, Phoenix Cry Palace, they were able to choose disciples from a planet with over 1 billion people. Many Firebird Hall disciples, equal to Outer Court disciples, had an 8th stage life destruction cultivation. But within 8th stage life destruction martial artists, because of various factors, the difference in strength was enormous. The weakest 8th stage life destruction martial artists could only be Outer Court disciples, but the peak geniuses amongst the 8th stage life destruction martial artists could even enter Phoenix Hall and become direct disciples. These people would have a combat strength superior to that of a weak 9-fall genius. This was just like the 9th stage life destruction Lin Ming being able to kill any one Laird Heaven's 9-fall martial artist with nothing but a thought. The difference between him and weak 9-fall martial artists couldn't even be described as the difference between clouds and mud. Of course, no matter how powerful these 8-fall participants were, it was impossible for them to make any significant progress in the Divine Realm first martial meeting. They were also aware of this point, but they still came to experience the wonders and grandness of the first martial meeting. Beside Lin Ming, many people had already entered the divine dream space in advance. Lin Ming also touched his true essence into the massive pillar that was the divine dream light. Then, he felt his own true essence fluctuations being verified by some strange laws within the divine dream light. After this verification process was over, Lin Ming felt a massive and irresistible pulling force suck him in. His consciousness and his soul were completely pulled into the divine dream light, causing everything around him to turn dim. When Lin Ming opened his eyes, he discovered that he had arrived in a city. Giant buildings, great city walls, wide and spacious streets. This city was. Lin Ming felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Wasn't this city Immemorial Imperial City? Lin Ming had stayed in Immemorial Imperial City long enough that he wouldn't mistake the city walls and buildings for something else. Moreover, this place was near the center of the Imperial City urban district. He could even see the hanging sign of the Imperial City auction house from here. What happened? Was there a problem in entering the divine dream space which caused him to be teleported outwards? Lin Ming was left speechless. But soon, he realized that something wasn't right. The originally bustling and boisterous crowds of Immemorial Imperial City had disappeared, leaving open streets everywhere. Even the always busy Imperial City auction house was empty and desolate. Could this be? Lin Ming suddenly thought of a possibility. He cast out his senses, and as he found what he was looking for, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Gathered near the Imperial City auction house were many heroic young elites. And all of them were participants of the Divine Realm First Martial Meeting. Not just that, but there were constantly people being transmitted here. In other words, this was not Immemorial Imperial City but the true Divine Dream World. The appearance of the Divine Dream World was actually the same as Immemorial Imperial City. No, that was wrong. It would be better to say the Divine Dream World was a complete and faithful projection of the real world. This was the only reason why a replica of Immemorial Imperial City would appear here. Lin Ming quickly realized all of this. If he entered the Divine Dream World near Immemorial Imperial City and saw a projection of Immemorial Imperial City, then if he entered near Carefree Island, wouldn't he see a projection of Carefree Island? Could it be that the Divine Dream World was a projection of the entire Divine Realm that was cast into a dreamland? If so, then wouldn't the Divine Dream World be as broad and boundless as the Divine Realm? As Lin Ming realized this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Empyrean Divine Dream. Just what sort of character was that? That's right, I should check my things. Lin Ming quickly investigated the extreme violet ring. To his amazement, he discovered that the Phoenix Blood Spear, his pills, cultivation method jade slips, medicinal fields, random items, and everything else was still there. This included the magic cube and the heretical god seedling, his body, ancient phoenix blood, dragon marrow blood, dragon bone relics, 8 inner hidden gates. Everything was no different from in reality. It was just that Mo Eversnow and Fishy had disappeared. If the magic cube were here, then why wouldn't Mo Eversnow and Fishy be here? Lin Ming felt his heart tighten with worry. The two of them had been staying in the magic cube space. Fishy had gone in there in order to keep her safer and also to keep Mo Eversnow company. And now, even though the magic cube was here, the two of them had disappeared. However, Lin Ming only had a brief moment of panic before figuring everything out. He felt silly for having overreacted. The magic cube within him was only a dreamland projection of the true magic cube. The true magic cube was still safely hidden within his body that was deep in slumber. Mo Eversnow and Fishy were naturally there too. Lin Ming kept a great number of violet sunstones in the magic cube. Although he had spent 7 trillion violet sunstones on a single auction, he still had more than enough for Fishy to live on. If the two of them were in the magic cube space, they would have absolute safety. The magic cube space had its own independent laws. Whether it was the Great Barrier Blockade that Empyrean Primordius had set up over the Sky Spill continent or this current barrier that Empyrean Divine Dream had set up around the Divine Dreamlight, neither of them were able to stop people within the magic cube from entering. This is really all too real. Everything is the same as in reality. My strength, my cultivation methods, my body, even my transcendent divine mights have formed a perfect projection here. This is a truly unbelievable supernatural ability. Lin Ming sighed. Then, he suddenly heard a loud shout. Heavens! Top-grade saint artifacts are placed here with no one managing them. There are even top-grade pills. These are high-grade Earthstep pills. What an amazing find! Saint artifacts. Pills. This is Immemorial Imperial City's 100 Treasure Pavilion that specializes in selling all sorts of things. Ha ha ha, we're rich. I couldn't even pass through the gate of this place before, now I can take anything I want. A tall and bearded 8-4 late divine sea youth laughed. In the past, not even the four-layered heavens Huoyengguang had a top-grade saint artifact. To an 8-4 martial artist, not to mention a top-grade saint artifact, even a high-grade saint artifact was a great luxury. These weapons were treasures they could only dream of obtaining. Even if they sold all of their possessions, they still wouldn't be able to afford one. Haha, worth it, worth it. I thought that it would be fun to join the first martial meeting because I barely qualified, but I never imagined that I would be able to use a top-grade saint artifact. Awesome. This one's mine. I'm taking this one. At this time, young elites from all sorts of random backgrounds began to loot everything. But then, they suddenly thought of something. Loot the 100 Treasures Pavilion? If they were going to loot something, they might as well loot the Imperial City Auction House. In the Imperial City Auction House were spirit artifacts and Heavenstep pills. Brothers, let's go to the Imperial City Auction House. A group of Bandit Origin 8-4 Divine Sea powerhouses immediately rushed over to the Imperial City Auction House. Although the Divine Realm was vast, wanting to find 10 quadrillion peak geniuses was actually impossible. Most of those participating were ordinary geniuses. If they were placed within small regions of the Divine Realm, they would surely stand out. But placed within Immemorial Imperial City, they weren't anything at all. These people were originally like countryside beggars coming to Immemorial Imperial City, and now that they realized they could snatch anything they wanted to, how could they not be ecstatic with joy? Lin Ming's mind stirred. He also sped up and moved towards the Imperial City Auction House. Although he believed that it was impossible for Heavenstep pills and spirit artifacts to appear in the Divine Dream World in a situation where they could be casually used, he wasn't absolutely sure of this. This Divine Dream World was clearly a reflection of the Divine Realm, so it wouldn't necessarily not have such things. Moreover, the Divine Dream World was completely similar to the real world. These Heavenstep pills and spirit artifacts would likely be able to display a similar effect as in the real world. So he might as well go and take a look. If there really were Heavenstep pills and spirit artifacts everywhere, then he had to find a chance to grab some resources for himself to use at this first martial meeting. However, just as Lin Ming walked into the Imperial City Auction House, he felt a huge strength erupt in front of him. He was fine, but several 8-4 Divine Sea powerhouses running in front of him were blown backwards. Out of my way! An overbearing voice came echoing out. 4 Middle Divine Sea Realm Guards swept out the ragtag group of martial artists. For a time, those martial artists complained as they were sent packing. This difference in strength was not minor at all. 4 9-4 Divine Sea martial artists are only guards. Who is their master? As Lin Ming was thinking, a 15 to 16-year-old looking youth with bright eyes walked up and casually went through the selection of treasures within the Imperial City Auction House. This individual was Zhong Wenshu, the one who had competed for the Boundless World Pill with Lin Ming. This was really enemies bumping into each other on a narrow road. However, this was also within reason. If one truly was able to freely select whatever resources they wanted to, Zhong Wenshu naturally wouldn't miss out on the fat piece of meat that was the Imperial City Auction House. Humph, what a load of garbage. I said that there was no such good thing in this world. If I was able to casually take whatever Heavenstep pills I wanted to in the Imperial City Auction House, then I might as well take 7 or 8 Boundless Worlds pills and eat them all up. And after that I would take a transmission array to an Empyrean-level Holy Land and snatch their transcendent divine might. If my resources and inheritances were the same as theirs, then an Empyrean disciple wouldn't be anything at all. I would still be able to fight evenly against them, Zhong Wenshu boasted. The reason that an Empyrean disciple felt so out of reach was not only because of their talent, but also because the resources and inheritances they enjoyed were incomparable to those of ordinary geniuses. With an Empyrean-level influence's resources, Buying an extremely luxurious pill like the Boundless World pill wasn't difficult at all. As for inheritances, they had transcendent divine mights. Haha, Brother Zhong is still brooding over the Boundless World pill. With a hearty laugh, a side door was shoved open and 2 men and a 1 woman casually walked in. One of them was a red-haired youth, followed behind by a thick and strong man and a charming young woman. They were the 3 prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion, Sacred Yuping, Sacred Tianhao, and Sacred Yangran. We've already looked over this side. The highest level weapon here is a top-grade spirit artifact and there are no pills that surpass the heaven step. They might be valuable to the disciples of some ordinary families or small sects, but for us they aren't anything at all, Sacred Yuping slowly said. He had arrived in the divine dream space just a few steps earlier than Zhong Wenshu, thus he had reached the auction house first. Chapter 1175, True Martial Holy Land. Chapter 1175, True Martial Holy Land. Humph, as if the bunch of you aren't also brooding over the fact that the Boundless World pill was taken away, Zhong Wenshu bluntly responded as he heard Sacred Yueping's mocking tone. At the Imperial City auction, nearly all of the World King Holy Land disciples had come for the Boundless World pill, but the end result was that all of them had been completely defeated in their bids. They lost to a mere boy and they weren't even sure what sort of ordinary sect he came from. At best he would have originated from an average Holy Land. In the end they had no choice but to bid for the following last 9 items in the auction. But none of them had been able to compare to the Boundless World pill at all. How could they possibly endure such a slight? It had to be said that if it weren't for the winds of the first martial meeting pushing everyone to the extremes, then there was no way they would be able to enjoy such an exorbitant treasure like the Boundless World pill as disciples of ordinary World King Holy Lands. You're right if you say I'm bearing a grudge. The Boundless World pill was obtained by some little bastard who managed to stumble over a great treasure trove of wealth. It is simply wasted on him. Moreover, that little bastard retreated into the training rooms of Imperial City Auction House right after he won the bid and didn't come out until the end. There is nothing we can do about him. As Sacred Yuping spoke, he said the last several words with a true essence sound transmission. He naturally wouldn't blatantly say something that implied he was going to murder and steal from someone. He had already arranged sufficient manpower. After the first martial meeting concluded and Lin Ming was eliminated, he would move against him. Zhong Wenshu demonically grinned. He said with a true essence sound transmission, Brother Yuping, it seems you've already arranged for some people to deal with Lin Ming, hehe, but the truth is that I have too. At that time, let's see just who'll be able to obtain the treasures on him. However, it might not be just us two that are interested in him. After Lin Ming won the bid for the Boundless World pill, he had retreated into seclusion for all this time. This proved that Lin Ming's background wasn't anything at all. At least, he wasn't from a World King level Holy Land, otherwise he wouldn't do things in such a manner. In this sort of situation, Lin Ming was also able to bring out 7 trillion violet sunstones to buy a Boundless World pill. This was proof that he had experienced some lucky chance that defied the will of the heavens. It was the temptation of this lucky chance that drove people to assassinate Lin Ming so that they could divide the loot from his body. As Zhong Wenshu was speaking to Sacred Yuping, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. He felt a faint disturbance in his heart. He turned around, looking into the crowd. Far off in that direction, Lin Ming was standing there with his hands crossed behind his back. And the reason that Zhong Wenshu had suddenly felt something was because Lin Ming's eyes were boring into him. Lin Ming. Zhong Wenshu had long since learned Lin Ming's name. His eyes turned cold and he sneered, "Good. Very good. I already knew that you would come to participate in the first martial meeting, but I never thought you would come here to meet your end so soon." Zhong Wenshu revealed a thick killing intent. When Lin Ming was training in Imperial City Auction House's chambers, he naturally couldn't do anything to him. But now, he could crush Lin Ming as he pleased. He's already stepped into the divine sea, Sacred Yangran suddenly said. She was the only woman of Sacred Martial Mansion's 3 prodigies. Although she appeared beautiful, there was still an ugly sneer crossing her face. In terms of personality, she was no different from Sacred Yuping or Zhong Wenshu. With Lin Ming's martial talent, if he were to enter a training zone with an increased time flow, then stepping into the Divine Sea would be easy. But this also meant that he had eaten the Boundless World pill. Damn it. Sacred Yuping and Zhong Wenshu's expressions turned gloomy. Really, this is what they mean by feeding delicacies to dogs and pouring the best wine on the grass. Trash like you is not worthy of the Boundless World pill. How could I possibly allow you to eat it? Hurry and spit it back out. Although he knew that Lin Ming would inevitably take the Boundless World pill as soon as he obtained it, now that Zhong Wenshu was able to fully confirm that the Boundless World pill was gone, he was filled with anger, hatred, and unwillingness. If Lin Ming had spent so much wealth on buying the Boundless World pill and then was killed by him and he was able to obtain the Boundless World pill without any cost at all, then that would have been perfect. Spit. You want me to give my spit to you? Lin Ming coldly smiled, his hand already tracing the extreme violet ring. You are courting death. Zhong Wenshu spat out these vicious words. Then, right after, there was a crashing sound as several martial artists surrounded Lin Ming. These were all World King Holy Land disciples. They had joined the first martial meeting to act as servants and guards, and many of them were attached to various young elites that were obscenely wealthy. In other words, they were also known as underlings. Although they were only here as servants, Zhong Wenshu and the others still had extremely high standards. For these people to be taken in as guards and servants, they would have to be 9 full Divine Sea martial artists. If they were placed in an ordinary Holy Land, they would be considered upper-ranking core disciples. As the people around Lin Ming saw this occurring, all of them paled and began to hastily move backwards, lest they be caught up in this brewing disaster. In that moment, Lin Ming faced over a dozen opponents. All of them were at the 9 full Divine Sea realm, and there were even World King Holy Land peak geniuses like Zhong Wenshu. Zhong Wenshu grinned. He looked at Lin Ming as if he were looking at a fish on a chopping board. Ha ha ha, you little garbage, it's really true when they say that enemies will often cross paths. You can consider it your own bad luck for falling into my hand. It seems that you do not have the good fortune of being able to participate in the first martial meeting any longer. Let me send you on your way to the afterlife. I also want to know what happens if you die in this dream space. Will your soul be damaged? Would you be disqualified? Or perhaps you might even just die. I'm really looking forward to chopping off your hands and feet and slicing off your nose and ears. I will torture you however I want. I will make sure you suffer for as long as possible. Whichever one of you can make this brat scream out the loudest and in the most miserable way, I will grant you extra reward. Zhong Wenshu commanded. Although he wanted to personally destroy Lin Ming, he didn't actually recklessly rush in. This was because he wasn't sure about what the rules in this dreamland space were. Having his underlings attack for him was the best and most foolproof idea. Even if attacking others before the tournament began was in violation of the rules, that would be a punishment that his followers endured instead. Yes, young master, please rest assured. As these people heard the order to torture and beat up Lin Ming, all of them were quite happy about it. They were all at the middle or late Divine Sea realm, while Lin Ming was only at the early Divine Sea realm. As for violating rules before the tournament began, the Empyreans had never mentioned anything, so there likely wouldn't be a heavy punishment. At most they would lose their qualifications to participate. However, these people hadn't planned on making any progress here to begin with. They had only come here to help their young master perform some tasks and also deal with all the small fries. Humph. Lin Ming's eyes turned cold. He never thought that by coming to look for treasures in this auction house, he would bump into these rabid dogs. He didn't need to wait until the start of the tournament to fight, he could do so now. He had practiced for a long time within the Imperial City Auction House training chamber and had broken through to the Divine Sea and also opened the Gate of Life. His body was now brimming with energy. Having a good fight was just what he wanted. As for whatever the rules were, since these people were being aggressive towards him and were also the first to attack, then even if the rules forbid it, the punishment wouldn't be too harsh on him. Otherwise, these rules would simply be too idiotic. With a flash of red light, the Phoenix blood spear appeared. Meanwhile, the servants of Zhong Wenshu and Sacred Martial Mansion laughed as they threw themselves towards Lin Ming. But just as they were about to use their true essence to attack Lin Ming, their complexions suddenly changed. They felt the strength within their bodies being rapidly sucked out. Lin Ming also felt his own strength quickly pass away. Startled, he immediately pulled back his hand. Pa! Pa! The dozen-plus servants fell onto the floor, completely limp and exhausted as if all the bones had been pulled out from their bodies. What? The young elites present were all shocked. Zhong Wenshu also frowned before immediately grasping the situation. This must be because of the divine dream world's rules. Before the competition began, no one was able to attack anyone else. At most one could use their aura to oppress others. But, if one truly had killing intent, then all of their strength would be sucked out. Lin Ming also realized this. It seemed that it was impossible to fight for the time being. This also made sense. With over 10 quadrillion heroic young elites gathering in the divine dream world, every gathering point must have millions upon millions of geniuses. These geniuses all had naturally haughty and arrogant dispositions, and fighting because of minor conflicts was far too normal. There would even be the occurrence of large-scale gang battles. If this happened before the first martial meeting officially began, then far too many people would be wounded or disabled and it would be impossible to start to the competition. Little bastard, consider your luck good. Sacred Yuping and Zhong Wenshu angrily spat out. That's also what I was thinking. Lin Ming put away the phoenix blood spear. Ho! This little brother, you are far too confident. You are at most a disciple from an ordinary holy land and yet you dare to be so rampant. Just wait until the first martial meeting truly begins and this big sister here will take very, very good care of you. Sacred Yangran teased with a cruel and mocking smile. As Sacred Yuping and the others were angrily speaking, another soft voice came echoing out. Aren't these people from Sacred Martial Mansion and Dual Polarity Palace? My, it sure seems lively here. This voice caused everyone to be surprised for a moment before they all turned around. At a corner of the auction house, a young man and woman had suddenly appeared without anyone noticing. This young man and woman were slender and symmetrical, with skin the color of wheat. There was a strange rune branded between their eyebrows. Looking closely, one could make out that it was a strangely drawn true character. As Zhong Wenshu and the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion saw this rune, all of their expressions changed. True martial holy land. Their expressions and words clearly held a deep fear and reverence towards the true martial holy lands. The true martial holy lands was the true master of the true martial world. The master of Starbind Bank as well the owner of a sizable portion of Imperial City Auction House's shares was the true martial holy lands. As a super influence established by a great world king, even the normally rampant Zhong Wenshu and the three prodigies of Sacred Martial Mansion had to rein in their arrogance. After all, they were all from ordinary world king influences. In the future, there was a high chance that they wouldn't have a true world king successor and then devolve into a peak holy land. Just thinking about it, when the Imperial City auction was being held, not a single one of true martial holy land's disciples had appeared. Was it because they weren't interested in anything at the auction? That likely wasn't so. The most likely reason was that the true martial holy lands had accumulated far too much wealth from Starbind Bank as well as the various businesses and properties they controlled. They were simply far too rich. Thus, for the true martial world king to take out some of the heavenly materials he had stocked up and pass them to certain disciples for this first martial meeting was also normal. Facing this young man and woman, even the proud Sacred Yuping felt a faint dread in his heart. Lin Ming remained quiet. He had already noticed the very first moment when this man and woman appeared. However, he was still surprised by their speed and methods. Someone from a great world king background truly couldn't be underestimated. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.